Yo, what's up guys, it's Destiny here and welcome back to my channel. So you want to learn Python, huh? Then you're totally at the right place. Look no further. Now this is a complete compilation of my 30 days of Python course that went live on my YouTube channel some days back for you guys. And if you can just wait and follow along with the 30 days for some reasons, then I got your back. This is 30 epic videos in one. So let's get started. Hello ladies and gentlemen and welcome to 30 days of Python. My name is Destiny and I'm very happy to welcome you all to the Ultimate Python Masterclass of 2021. So I was scrolling around YouTube the other day looking for some really nice Python course, and there are lots of courses out there that are not really beginner friendly, and I thought it would be amazing if I make a free Python masterclass course here on YouTube for total beginners, and I got over 95% yes on my Instagram post, so you wished and here is it. When I was starting out with programming, everything seemed strange, boring, annoying because I didn't have the right hand or people to guide me, and I don't want that to repeat itself in your case. So in this course, I'll hold your hands as a total beginner and take you step by step from a beginner to a professional level in Python, and in just a couple of days you should be creating awesome things like web scrapers, calculators, guessing games, Mad Lib games, and some really artificial intelligence apps, and even some really amazing things like music player. Interesting, right? Yeah. So I want to get your mind ready and prepared. Firstly, when starting out as a programmer, you should expect errors, like lots of it, and as a programmer you are expected to debug the errors. Don't let this overwhelm you or make you hate coding or quit. No, it's just a stepping stone. Even programmers like Larry Page, Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, Ken Thompson, Leo Torvald encountered problems and went through it. So you should too, and in no time you will be among the list. 2. I wanted to get a pen and a book. I never knew how useful this could be for beginners till my later days into coding. Nobody told me taking notes are the best way to learn. Trust me, with great use of pen and a book, you are good to go. It helps you make references easily and quickly. You don't have to come back to this video when you forget a line of code or a block of code. You just go to your lovely book and boom, you're back on the track. So get a pen and a book and you are ready to go. 3. You need to devote time to programming. Good programmers spend a minimum of 8 hours a day coding. I don't mean you should do that if you're working or a mother or father. You definitely can do that, but any spare time is really useful. Watch videos, take notes, listen to coding podcasts, read documentations, and make sure you're trying your best to be productive, and trust me, your hard work will definitely pay off. 4. You need to teach what you are learning. Learning and teaching what you are learning would make what you have learned stick in your memory for a longer period of time and make you understand better. So create a YouTube channel or get a Facebook page or Instagram IGTV and make sure you're teaching whatever you're learning here. Number 5, you need to practice. This is obviously important. You need to practice. I can't overstress that because I want to be sure that some of y'all here knows that practice makes perfect. So this is it. Hopefully you enjoyed my little advice, and if you did, do drop a like on this video. I love y'all. So let's get into the work. Firstly, I'll show you guys how to install Python and some necessary things like getting an editor or IDE. So let's get started. So you want to open up a browser, and firstly we need to download Python. So in order to do that, you could just go ahead and type out download Python, as easy as that, and it should take you to the official Python website page, which is python.org. So you just want to open this up, and when it's open up, you can see that there's the latest version here, which is Python 3.9.5. And let's say you're using the Linux or Mac OS, you could go for other ones like this. You just click on this link over here or click on this one if you're on the Mac. But I want a Windows, let's stick with Windows. So you just want to click on download 3.9.5 and just take a look at it over here. When it gets downloaded, just like a normal executable file, all you have to do is run it and install it. So I already have it on my PC, so I don't really need to install it again. I'll just go ahead and cancel this. So after installing Python, the next thing you want is like a code editor or the IDE where you would write your code. For sure, you can write your code in the command prompt or something like that, or terminal if you're on a Mac, but I don't think that's really advisable. So you need to get a code editor on IDE, and in my case, I'll be showing you guys 2 of my best code editors and IDE. The first one is PyCharm. And the next one is Visual Studio Code. PyCharm is like an IDE that was professionally developed for web developers, mainly using Python, and not just web developers, for programmers also mainly using Python. So you want to download it, just come over to jetbrains.com/PyCharm and you should get this official page over here. So all you have to do is click on this download over here and it will bring you up to this page. Now you can either choose to get a free trial of the professional package, or you could just get a free open source community package for pure Python development, but I'd recommend you just stick with this one for the meantime. And all you have to do is click on this and it should download just as any other normal application would download. And when it's done, what you want to do is run it as a normal executable file and install it. So let's go ahead and cancel this. I already have it on my PC. You don't have to do that again. And you could also use Visual Studio Code. It's really amazing when you want to write codes and you're using Visual Studio Code. So in this course, I'll be using PyCharm throughout because I really love using it while writing Python codes. When your PyCharm is done installing and you are done installing Python, all you have to do is go ahead and open up PyCharm. So when you're done installing PyCharm, all you have to do is open it up and let's go through the customization settings and all that. So this is my PyCharm over here. It's opening up now. Okay, and this is the default page that welcomes you to PyCharm. So you could just go ahead and create a new project, or you customize a few things here. So let's just click on customize, and let's say you don't like the dark theme, you could just change it to IntelliJ Light, or you could change it to the high contrast. But for the meantime, I prefer the cooler, which is the dark theme. So you could go ahead and still change your font size and your editor's font and all that. But let's just go ahead and create a new project. So I want to create a new project and we could just leave this over here. So when creating a new project, you want to look out for some things in Python. First of all, you are seeing new environments using virtual env, and I know you might not understand what virtual env means right now, but I'll see explain all that in this video. So all you want to do is click on this one over here, previously configured interpreter. So when you click on this, what you want to do is click on those three dots over here, and from here we want to install this. We want to use the interpreter that was installed by Python. So what you want to do is click on system interpreter over here and you want to click on OK. So hopefully you understood what I did. I clicked on those three dots over here. I clicked on system interpreter, then I clicked on system interpreter, then I clicked on OK. But since I already did it, it won't show up here any longer. So this is it over here. As you can see, Python 3.9, and all you have to do is click on create. So let's wait for this to load up and we are good to go. Okay, and it loads up. So this is the PyCharm application, the PyCharm IDE that's used for writing Python codes. So when you open it up, it shows you tip of the day. In some cases, you wouldn't want to see this every day. It's kind of annoying. So I just go ahead and close this. And over here is some default code by PyCharm. So before we go ahead and start writing the code, I want to talk to you guys about Python. Like, what is Python, and like basic things you need to know about Python. So let's just go ahead and start talking about those. If you're looking to pivot to a career in web or software development, it's always a savvy way to break into tech. You can't go wrong learning the foundational trial of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. But to really stand out in the crowded field of applicants, you'll eventually need to add additional programming languages to your toolkit. That's where things can get tricky because there are so many coding languages out there, and how can you know which ones are worth learning? No, it's not time to pick a name out of a hat. It's about figuring out which programming language will give you the highest return of investment. And that brings us to learning Python. We put together this guide on Python that starts from like the very beginning, then dives deep into some reasons why you should consider learning Python. So first of all, we want to see the first in our list, which is what is Python. So Python is a general purpose coding language, which means that unlike HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, it can be used for other types of programming and software development besides web development. And Python can be used for things like back-end or server-side web and app development, desktop and software development, processing big data and performing mathematical computations, writing system scripts, and all that. But don't let Python's broad range scare you. Just like those more familiar sounding language, Python is easy to learn, in-demand programming language that can exponentially increase your chance of getting hired and income in a matter of months. Who is Python good for? Python is a rising star in the programming world for two main reasons. The big range of tasks it can handle, combined with the fact that it's actually a very beginner-friendly language. Python code syntax uses English keywords, and that makes it easy for anyone to understand and get started with the language. For example, take a look at the code you'd use to print the text "Hello World" on your screen in other programming language like Java. That's a lot of code for such a simple function. Now take a look at the same code that you can use to write the same thing in Python. So as you can see, this is really short. No questions, which one would you rather work with? Still, as simple as Python syntax looks, it's used for projects as complicated sounding as artificial intelligence and machine learning. That means Python is a great fit for a wide range of users, including beginning coders, web and mobile app developers, software engineers, data scientists, and anyone else working with or learning about computer programming. But what does that mean to you? Funny you should ask, because we've put together 13 reasons why you should consider learning and using Python as soon as possible. First one on our list is there are lots of Python jobs. As of this video, Indeed.com lists out almost 69,000 Python related job openings. Because Python programming can be used in so many ways, there are Python jobs to fit every level of your experience and employment interests, including quality assurance engineer roles, entry-level software engineers positions, and high-level jobs like machine learning and artificial intelligence engineers. 2. And Python means a pretty great salary, you know that. 3. Startup loves Python because of its easy code, syntax, and all that. 4. Python doesn't take long to learn. For as powerful as versatile as a language as Python, you might think it should take like a year to learn Python. Not so. Industry professionals say that Python basics, like the basics things about Python, like the syntax, keywords, and data types, can be learned in as little as 6 to 8 weeks. If you have previous experience with coding languages, you can learn Python basics for free. That's number 5. Number 6, Python has a supportive user community. Like, Python is an open source coding language, meaning it's free to use and anyone can modify or create extensions for the Python language. Being open source is what allows languages to have libraries, frameworks, and other tools that keep the Python language relevant and adaptable over time. But open source only lives up to the potentials if there's a supportive community of users engaged with the language. Number 7, Python is the popular key. Does it matter if a programming language is popular? Yes, it kind of does. If the world's best coding language has no users, it's sort of like that proverbial tree that falls into the forest. It doesn't matter because no one's using it. Number 8, Python is versatile, and versatility as a developer is a good thing. Number 9, Python means the front and back end of your project will work better together. Number 10, you can use Python out of the box. Programming with some language can become tedious and unwieldy, but not Python. Python comes out with a robust standard library right out of the box, like the Sense frameworks and other add-ons, making for more efficient coding process. Python stands library number 11. Then there are add-ons for whatever you need. If you do need something more customizable than the ready-to-go Python setup, no problem. Similar to languages like JavaScript, there is no shortage of libraries and frameworks for Python to fit your specific coding needs. Popular frameworks like Django are designed to make Python more effective at creating web applications, while PyQt is a framework that allows Python to build graphical user interfaces like the GUIs user interface that involves the use of on-screen icons and graphics to process user command. Number 12, Python automates all the boring stuff that you can think about. One of the hardest parts of working in tech, regardless of your role, is managing all those repetitive time-consuming tech-related tasks. Little things like copied files, dragging folders around and renaming them, uploading assets to savers. This is all add up to a lot of time in the long run. Automation is another area where it pays to learn Python. Python's ability to write system scripts means you can create simple Python programs to automate mindless tasks. Number 13, Python gives you the tool to work anywhere in the tech. Learning Python codes does more than future-proof you for internet development. It will prepare you for the future of tech jobs, period. I think we are done talking about Python basics. Now let's go ahead and start writing some real codes in Python. All we have to do now is open up our PyCharm again. Hello guys and welcome back here. So let's start writing some Python code. So the first thing I want to show you guys in Python is using the print statement. So what is the print command in Python? This is used to display code output on the front end, or let's say on the terminal, for simple codes. Example, because it's something like print my name, print my name. So when we run this now, let's see what we have. As you can see, it says my name. So let's say I want to print your name, and let's say your name is Tim, and let's just leave Tim over here. And when you run this again, you get theme. So what the print function does is like allowing you to display a code that you have written on the terminal. So it's as easy as saying something like display my code. So this is not a function, I'm just trying to show you guys something. It's trying to say like something like display this on the terminal, and whatever you want to display, you pass it in here as a string. And I know that you might not know what strings are now, but we'll show you that very soon in this course, so just stick around. There's one more thing I want to show you guys about print in Python. Let's say I want to print something like my name is Destiny, and I want to duplicate this in 4 places. So let's duplicate this in 4 places. Now, when I run this, you see that it gets printed in 4 places over here, right? But how about I want to change this one to my name is Tim, and I'll change this to my name is Karen, and I'll change this to my name is Henry. Now, when I run this, take a close look at what happens. It gets printed the way they were arranged in the code. The first one is Destiny, the second is Tim, the third is Karen, the fourth is Henry, and that's how it gets printed. So when using the print function in Python, the way you arrange your code is the way it's going to be printed out. So let's say I want to take this ones over here, and let's say I want to bring them to the button like this. Now when you run this, take a look at what happens. The first one becomes Henry, the second becomes Destiny, the third Tim, and the fourth Karen. So that's it for print, and in the next video we'll be diving deep into some really nice things in Python. So I hope I'll see you there, and if you did enjoy this video, then make sure to drop a like and consider subscribing to stay updated with the 30 days of Python as we are dropping every single day. And I hope I'll see you in the next video. Bye and stay safe for now. Hello guys, and welcome back to the second part of the Python crash course. So in this one, I'll be showing you guys how to work with variables in Python. So without wasting any more time, let's just get started. So what are variables in Python? Variables are containers that are used to store and manage data. And the types of data that can be stored in a variable, since we said that variables are containers that are used to store and manage data. Now, what are the type of variables that can be stored in the type of data that can be stored in a variable? So the first one is strings. And what are strings? Strings are just like simple text, e.g. Destiny or your name, or example, I'm learning Python. That's just a string. They are just simple plain text. Number 2, integers. And what are integers? Integers are just simply numbers: 1, 3, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Those are integers. And the third data type that we have on our list is floats. And what are floats? Floats are just like decimal numbers, those numbers that don't have points in them, like 0.3331 or 1.2 or 3.5. Those are floats. And lastly, we have booleans. So we could also store booleans in variable. And what are booleans? Like, what are examples of booleans? They are just true or false statements in Python. So this is just a quick overview of what variable is, and I believe that by the time you go more in depth into learning this and applying it to solve some problems and all that, I believe you should get a very good understanding of what variables are. So let's just go ahead and write down some code. So my PyCharm is open up here. The next thing you want to do is right click over here on the Python project, and you want to create a new Python file. So let's create a new Python file, and let's name this variables and hit enter. So it's created our new Python file, variables. So the first thing I want to do here is show you guys an example of a variable. So for example, let's say I want to store my name in a variable. My name is Destiny, and let's say I want to store that in a variable. I can say something like my name is equal to Destiny. And remember, I told you that one of the data types that a variable can store is string, and strings cannot just be passed in like this, like Destiny Franks. No, they have to be enclosed in either double quotation marks or single quotation marks. But in my case, I'll be using double quotation marks. So double quotation marks, name, my name, Destiny Frank. This is a variable, and this is what I assigned to the variable. As easy as that. And before I go ahead and show you guys other things, let me just make some things clear. So if you could take a close look at this, when I was making the variable name, my underscore name, Take note, it's a variable. It doesn't have to be in double quotation marks or single quotation marks. You just put the name of the variable down, then you put what you want to store in it. So let me just do that again from beginning, and I want to show you guys something. So when I was doing this, I did something like my underscore name. And why did I put an underscore over there? It's like a general convention in Python. Like you want to be a Python master or something like that, then you've got to stick with the convention. So either you do it this way, my, then capital name. This is one of the naming convention, or you could just say my underscore name. I prefer that one that way. So when you're using like two words, my and name, they are two words. Take note, there should be an underscore. And if you want to do something like this, my, then give a space, name, then assign this into Destiny Franks. Take note, this is not going to work because my and underscore names here, they're just like two different things. And hopefully you understand what I'm saying. They're just like two different things. When defining variables, there should be like an underscore over here that should link the both of these together. And I don't think you could make a variable like this with a dash. It should be an underscore, or you could just join the name together. But if there are like two words in there and you want to join the name together, make sure that the second word should be in a capital letter so you can easily differentiate. And hopefully you understand what I'm trying to say. Now let's go ahead and do the same thing that I did before. Leave the space, and you can see that there's this red lines all over. Like there's one over here, and they're just like red lines all over here. And these are like errors. This indicates that there is an error in the code that you're writing. So you could just come over here and click on this to know what the error is, and it's showing unresolved reference, my end of statement, expected one. So unresolved reference, my, is this one over here. So it doesn't understand what this one is meant for, because it's like the Python program doesn't understand what this my is meant to be doing here. So if you just get rid of this, now you see that errors are gone. But if you want a Python program to know that you're trying to define a variable, make sure that you use an underscore there. So with this, you see that there are no longer problems in this. So let's just go ahead and do what we want to do. So the next thing we can store over here is something like my number, and we can store this like let's say +234, and you can store some bunch of numbers over here like that. And take note, when you are storing integers, if you can remember, I told you that these are what did I say it is again? I told you that these are strings, and I told you that these ones over here are what? Integers. So you see, these are strings, these are integers, and don't really bother about the stuff that I'm doing now, because we're still going to cover this in this course. They are called comments, but we're still going to cover it in this course. So my name, Destiny Franks, this is strange because it's enclosed in two double quotation marks, and my number, this is an integer and it's not enclosed in any quotation mark. Integers should not be enclosed in quotation mark. They should just remain the way they are. But in some cases, you would want to do that, but not right now. So let's go ahead and store other data types I want to store. So the next one, I could say something like, let's just say my school GPA, and you know GPAs in the universities, then want to store this as, let's say, 3.6. So this is a float. If you can still remember, this is a float. Let me just put it down there. This is a float. And lastly, we could store a boolean. So let's say is underscore male. That means this stuff is trying to check if I'm a male or a female. Then since I'm a male, it's gonna store it as true. And I don't expect all this to make sense to you right away, but just don't freak out. We're still going to cover a lot of things based on all this stuff over here in this course. So I'm just trying to give you guys an overview of what variables are and the type of data that variable can store. So these are pretty much it. Let's go ahead and see what other things that we'll have to do here. Let me just pull up my reference. Just give me a second. Okay, and it's here. So we could just go ahead and get rid of all these, and we want to make just a simple Python program now. We're going to write the code together. Me and you will write the code together, and this Python program is going to help us know where to use variables, know how to change variables, then with this Python program you will see the importance of using variables in your code and all that. So just go ahead and let's do it. First of all, you want to type out print, and I showed you how the print command works in the first tutorial. So if you're starting from the second one, I'll highly recommend you go back and check the first one. You can check the link in the description to get the playlist and all that. So let's just continue. You want to type out print, then double quotation marks, because I want to pass in a string in there. If you can remember, strings, they take double quotation mark. Okay, you get that. So in here I want to type out my name is Destiny and I am 20 years old. Okay, so let me just give you some time. Do this. Just type in your name over there. You could say my name is Karen, my name is Tom. Just put in whatever you want to put there. Then put in your age over here. Then the next thing you want to do is duplicate this in 4 places. And in order to duplicate, you could just highlight this, copy, come to the next line, and you could paste like this. Or let me make your life more easier. You could just come over here at the back of the line or anywhere in between here, and Ctrl D would duplicate in PyCharm. So we duplicated this in 4 places. Now we want to change the strings in them. So this one said my name is Destiny and I'm 20 years old. Now over here I want to say something like again. Let's say something like, sorry for that. Let's say something like I have a friend Sam, and he is 7 years old. 7 years old. So do this with me. Let me give you some time. Do this. I have a friend Sam and he's 7 years old. Okay, there's a spelling error over here. Let's just correct that. Then over here, let's do some again. Let's just type out something like I love the name Destiny and love being 20 years. So type this one over, type this one out again, and in here the last thing you want to do here is put my friend Sam. Okay, let's just say Sam loves, sorry, that should be in the quotation marks. Okay, let's just say Sam loves his name. Sam loves his name but hates being 70 years old. Okay, so this is a very simple story. My name is Destiny and I'm 20 years old. I have a friend named Sam, so let me just put that over there, named Sam, and he's 7 years old. I love the name Destiny and I love being 20. Sam loves his name but hates being 70. So this is a very simple game over here. Sorry, like a very simple text or story, not a game. Yeah, we'll still get to building games in this course, but not right now. So the first thing I want to show you here is, if you take a close look, some things are repeated over here. For example, the name Destiny, the age 20 years, the name Sam, the age 7 years, the name Destiny, the age 20 years, the name Sam, the name 7 years. So let me tell you something. Let's say you're writing a story that has like over 500 lines of code. For example, let's say you have the story over here and like it has all this. Let me just go ahead and paste this. Okay, as you can see now we have bunch and bunch of this all over here. Let's go ahead and paste more. So right now we have almost over thousands of words over here. Now let's say in the middle of the story you want to change the name Destiny to, let's say, Team. Now you know that you've gotten into real issues because you have to manually change all the name Destiny to Team. So where is Destiny again? There's Destiny over here, paste in Team. There's Destiny over here, paste in Team. There's Destiny over here, paste in Team. There's Destiny over here. So as you can see, this is like really annoying. Now you have to go one by one, look for Destiny, paste in Team there, and it really doesn't make sense. So that's where variable comes to play. With variable, you don't have to manually go into the story and change anything. You just have to do everything automatically with just one line of code. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's just undo all these that we've done over here and keep the first one. So first of all, you notice that the name Destiny appeared, then the age appeared. So let's just come down here and let's say name 1 is equal to, and want to store this as Destiny. So that's for me. And one also put age 1 is equal to, so what my age there was 20 years old. So that's my age, 20 years old. Then name 2. So let me ask you, what's the name 2? If you could remember, or if you could just guess. Yeah, you got the name 2 is Sam. And why is it showing a red line over here? Why is it showing this red line over here? If you could still remember. Okay, let's come over to the error and see what it's saying. It says unresolved reference Sam. Can you remember what's happened earlier when we didn't use strings for this? Sorry, when we used double quotation marks for this. Now, when you enclose this in double quotation marks, as you can see, the errors, they are gone. So we have name 2 Sam, and we also need age 2 to be 70. Yeah, 70. So with this, we are all set. Let's go ahead and do the other things that we want to do in this program. So first of all, I want to introduce you guys to what is called concatenation. So concatenation in Python is just like joining strings and variables together. And I don't know the easiest way that I can explain that to you. It's just like joining strings and variables together. Or let's just say it's something like what example am I going to use now? Let's just say it's something like combining the tutorials that I'm teaching you over here and the notes they are taking to build something. So that's what concatenation means, joining two things together. It can be a string and a variable, or a variable and a string. Nothing, and it can be anything. Sorry, I said nothing. It can be anything, provided you're joining something together. That's what a concatenation is. So you could just write down in your notes, just put it down in your notes. So let's go ahead and do something. If you can remember in the long story that we did earlier, that we duplicated, we have lots of destinies over here, but we don't want to get into that issue when we keep writing more stories. Now the thing we have to do is come over here that said my name is Destiny. So this Destiny over here, we want to replace it with the variable name, which is name 1. So over here, let's put in name 1. Don't get scared, nothing has changed. We just changed the name Destiny to name 1 because that's what's storing the strange Destiny. Then I am 20 years old. We want to change that to age 1. And you understand what I did? I have a friend Sam. We want to change that to what? Can you guess? We want to change that to name 2, yeah, and he's 7 years old, and want to change that to age 2. So let's just go ahead and do that in all the story, in all the names and ages in the story. The Destiny changed to name 1, age changed to age 1, Sam changed to name 2, age changed to age 2. So with this, as you can see, we replaced all the names and all the ages with the name 1, age 1, name 2, age 2 variables that we created earlier that has all these data stored in them. So the problem now is, if we go ahead and run this, let's go ahead and run this. Okay, sorry for that. Let's just run this. So right here, it says my name is name 1 and my age 1 years old. I have a friend named 2 and he is age 2 years old. So I think it's stupid. So what we have to do is come over here now and concatenate this variable with the strings. I know you might not understand this at your first try, but don't freak out. There's nothing so hard in it. All you have to do is just follow me and do what I'm doing. So my name is, at the ending of the a's, you want to put one single quotation mark like this. Don't bother about errors now. Everything is going to get in shape soon. So this is what we did. Quotation mark, my name is quotation mark, then name 1. After name 1, you want to put another quotation mark, and I am age 1 years old. So age 1, and I am, before I am, you want to put a quotation mark again, and after H1 you want to put a quotation mark again. So just take a look at what we did here. There's nothing so hard in it, there's no big in it. Quotation mark, my name is quotation mark name1, which is the variable that stores destiny. That's where destiny is supposed to be. And I am age1, that's where my age is supposed to be, which is 20 years old. And take note, all the plain texts are in double quotation marks, which indicates that they are strings. And what I tell you strings are, they are plain text in Python. Okay, now we have to concatenate. Let's see what the error is saying. So as you can see, the error said, it said comma or this expected. So what is a comma in what does a comma have to do here? A comma can be used as a concatenation. I don't know what to say over there, but I know a comma can be used to concatenate strings and variables, and also the plus sign can be used to concatenate strings and variable. So either way, comma or plus, they does the same thing. So we'll go ahead and use the plus sign. So over here I want to put a plus sign at the front and at the back of name1. And as you can see, the error for that one is gone. Then put a plus sign 2 for age1. So as you can see, everything is looking really amazing now, except just for one error which says expected type string got integer instead. So this is a problem that you should run into as a beginner, and don't freak out. I'll still explain all this in this video, but all you have to do here is put this in the bracket. Then at the back of this place you want to put str. So when you put str, that means we are converting this into a string. And I don't expect you to understand all this now. Just calm down, you're gonna understand them. But if you don't want to do this, if you don't, okay, let me not show you the other way to do it now. Just stick with this one that I'm showing you guys now till we get to the other part. So you can still remember what we did over here. We ended my name is in quotation marks called +1 name here, and I am called string age1 here. So let's just go ahead and change all this in the story. And we are changing all this because we started writing the story without using variables. And even we have used variables, it should have been very easy. We wouldn't want to go back to the story and change everything. So let's just go and change it and see how things works out to be. So I have a friend named 2, and that's Sam. Yeah, so if you could remember what we did, we ended this off with a quotation mark over here, ended this one off again with a quotation mark, if you could remember. Then he is age 2, we ended that off with quotation marks. So you remembered, right? Yeah. Then we concatenated plus over here, then over here plus, and finally plus. So if you don't understand what's going on, take your time, look at it. I know I've been in your shoes once. Things should look tough and funny, annoying to you, but just take your time, everything's gonna get better. So the next thing I want to do is convert this into a string str. If you can remember, we did that up here. Now let's just go ahead and do this remaining things in the rest of our story, and hopefully by now you know what I told you to do. If you can still remember what I told you to do, concatenate, make sure you end off strings with quotation marks before concatenation, and you're good to go. So let's just go ahead and do this in the remaining parts of this story. I love the name1, so we haven't changed this to end this off with double quotation marks, and we wanna double quotation marks, wanna concatenate plus sign, or you could use the comma, concatenate. Then over here too, we want to end this off with quotation marks, sorry for that. Then we want to space this out, come over here and concatenate. I don't expect you to be as fast as this. Just take your time, it's your course, and do what you want to do. Just calm down and do it. So h2, you wanna end this off with strings and concatenate one over here, and concatenate, sorry for that, concatenate one over here too. So name2 loves his name. So we need to end this off with one string over here. Let's get rid of this. Then we need to concatenate just one over here. Take note, there is no quotation mark at the front of this place because it's the beginning of the sentence. And now, as you can see, we've gotten a lot of errors here. It says expected string got integer, expected string got integer, so that we just have to come over here and convert this to str, which is strange. Convert this one over here to str. And now our program is ready to run. So let's run our program and see what we have. Now it says again, my name is Destiny and I'm 20 years old. I have a friend Sam and he's 7 years old. I love the name Destiny and I love being 20. Sam loves his name but he's been 70. So I just want to space this out so Sam and love won't be together. And this is where I spaced it out from over here. So let's run this. Okay, everything looks nice now. Yeah, everything looks nice now. So as you can see, I'm not using my name over here. I'm not using the name Destiny, but it's still printing out Destiny over here. Why? That's because I'm using the variable that I stored my name in. Now let's say we have, okay, let's just go ahead, print this, and let's paste one over here, paste one over here, paste one over here. So as you can see, we have this long story now. That's, I think it's up to 15 lines. Now if you run this, you see that we have all this. My name is Destiny, blah 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 blah, and all that. But how about if I want to start changing the name Destiny to Karen or to Tim? What should I do? Now all you have to do is come over here and change this to Tommy. And now let's run this. So take note, wherever that there was Destiny, now there's Tommy. As easy as that. So this is where Python becomes very interesting to use. You don't have to go one by one manually into all the code and format them. You could just do what you want to do straight up by changing the name of the thing you assigned to the variable. As easy as that. You can now see it says my name is Tommy and I'm 20 years old. I have a friend Sam and he's 7 years old. I love the name Tommy and I love being 20. You could go ahead and change the name of Sam. Let's say I want to change the name of Sam to Frank. And let's say I want to change the age to this one to 70, and I want to change this to, let's say, 5. Yeah, just playing around. And let's run this now. The story has changed and it says my name is Tommy and I'm 7 years old. I have a friend Frank and he's 5 years old. I love the name Tommy and I love being 70. Frank loves his name but hates being 5. So hopefully you can understand and have like a clearer understanding of what variable helps you to do in Python. It's very easy and there's nothing to worry about in learning it. I know that it might be kind of strange to you now, but just calm down. You see all those code over here, they don't really mean anything. They're just very easy. Calm down, take your time, go back to this video, and you should definitely understand everything that I did here. And in no time, with practice and more practice, you should get better. So that's pretty much it for variables, and if there are any more things, I will leave them in the description of this video. So that's pretty much it. Don't forget to give this video a like and don't forget to drop a comment on this video, and also do not forget to subscribe. And I hope I'll see you in the next Python crash course, which is the 3rd one. Bye and peace out. Hello ladies and gentlemen, my name is Destiny and welcome back to the 3rd part of this course, which I'll be showing you guys an in-depth into what strings in Python are. So in the last video, I showed you guys a brief overview of strings. I told you that strings are basically plain text, and there are a lot of cool things that you can do with them. Like there are a lot of amazing things that you can do with strings, and that's what I want to show you guys in this video. So without wasting any more time, let's get started. So the first thing I want to show you guys here is how to use some basic things, commands in strings and all that. So let's just go ahead and create a new file, Python file, yeah, and let's name this strings. Okay, and it's opened up. So the first thing we want to do over here is print desphixs. So if you remember what I told you in the last video, this over here is basically a string. And why is it a string? Because it's stored in double quotation marks, or it could be single, whatever you like, there are still strings. So when you run this, you see over here, sorry, I was running the old file. Let's just right click on this over here and run strings. So as you can see, it says destiny, and that's a very basic thing that we have just done. Now there's something else I want to show you guys that you could do with strings. Let's say you want, okay, let's just go ahead and print out something. Let's say my name is Destiny and I love coding. Okay, I love coding. When you run this, you see that they are on the same line. But how about you want I love coding to go to the next line? How do you do that? Okay, you could just come over here and hit enter, so this can go to the next line and everybody's happy, everybody's is. But when you run this, what did you notice? They are still on the same line. And why is that? Why is that happening? Since you broke this, you could even give more space like this, expecting that they would go to the other line. But when you run this, as you can see, they are still on the same line. The sentence, they are still on the same line. So what should we do now? Let's just go ahead and close all those large annoying lines. Okay, sorry for that. Let's undo all this. Okay, and it says my name is Destiny and I love coding. How about you want I love coding to go to the next line? So that means we're gonna get rid of the and. So what you have to do is put \n. So \n, you're pretty much good. Run this, and as you can see, they are on different lines now, and that's really amazing. It says my name is Destiny, I love coding, and as you can see, there's a space here before the sentence started. We could just go ahead and close this line, then run this, and as you can see, everything looks nice. So hopefully you've learned something now, how to add a new line within a string. And let's say you just wanted to use a backslash. Using the backslash won't do that. It's just print out a backslash in your Python program. So you have to put n. And what these are called, they are simply just called escape key. Yeah, I think that's what they're called. I'm not really sure about that, but I'm just gonna look that up and remind you of that in this video. But I think they are called escape. Yeah, escape in Python. So that's the first thing we did. The first one we did, we printed basically desphixs. The second one, we have learned how to put a line in between a string, like a new line in between a string. Now the next one I want to show you guys over here is simple thing which is called printing of variables. Yeah, let's go ahead and print variables. Okay, so let's say there's this phrase variable, and what it says is coders are the best. Okay, yeah, let's just use that phrase. Yeah, it should be a phrase here. So it says coders are the best and all that. So let's say you want to print this phrase. How do you do that? Since if you want to print a string, you have to come in here and type in what you want to print, just like coming in here and typing coders are the best before you must print it. No, it's not a must that you can do that. You could just pick this phrase over here, copy this, put it in here. Now when you run this, what do you see? It says coders are the best, and you could just come over here and change whatever you want to change. Coders are the best and I love being one of them. Then when you run this, you see it's update. It says coders are the best and I love being one of them. So as you can see, you could print variables alongside strings, so as you can see, you could print variables using the print function. You could not just print all the strings and all that. So the next thing I want to do now is show you guys like an overview of concatenation that I told you guys in the first video. So in case you're starting off with this video, I just want to go ahead and show you guys just a brief overview of concatenation. But if you want to learn everything that has to do with concatenation, then you have to go watch the second video, which is variables. So this is how concatenation works. Let's say I want to print, sorry, let's just leave the phrase over there, and let's say I want to leave this phrase as let's say I want to leave it as is cool. You understand? No. Let's say I want to leave this phrase as coding. Now print phrase, it says coding. But how about I want to do something like print coding is cool, or print whatever I want over here? I can just come over here and say phrase plus, then I'll type out what I want. Coding is cool. Then when you run this, you see it says coding is cool, but coding and is, they are joined together, so we need to give this a space over here. And when we run this again, it says they are now separated and it says coding is cool. So that's really one of the basic things that you can use concatenation for. You want to learn fully about concatenation, then you've got to check out the variable video that was in the last one. Okay guys, that's just pretty much it for concatenation. So the next thing I want to show you guys is functions in strings. So I don't know how I'm gonna put this like to the lowest term that you're gonna understand. So I just want to show you guys basic functions that you can use alongside strings. So what are these basic functions gonna help us do? Like, what are their uses? Number one, these functions are gonna help us modify our strings. For example, there's a function that can help us tell how many letters we have in a string. There's a function that can help tell us like if a string is in uppercase or lowercase. There are functions that will tell us that will convert our string to uppercase and to lowercase and all that. Number two, a function can help us get data from strings. So let's just stop beating around the bush and let's get started with writing down some code. So you want to get rid of these. So let's just get rid of this over there, and let's say we want to assign phrase to something new. So assign phrase, and want to assign this to let's say you want to assign this to Desphixs Academy, and take note it should be in double quotation marks. So I want to say Desphixs Academy. So this is a phrase. Now we could just come over here and print phrase, and let's see what we have. So as you can see, we have Desphixs Academy over here. But now I want to use some basic functions here on this phrase. So let's just go ahead and start doing that. The first function I want to show you guys is a function that will convert everything that's in our phrase, that's in our variable, to lower case. So that's just as simple as saying print phrase dot lower. Now when you run this, everything is in the lower letter now. So the second one over here is upper, and you could just guess what it will do. It will convert everything to uppercase. Then the next thing that we can use is upper. So is upper, what's gonna help us do is check if everything that's in, if all the letters that are in the strings are in uppercase. Now it says false. You see that, right? Because some are in uppercase, some are in lowercase. So it says false. But let's say we had everything uppercase. Let's just leave everything in uppercase. Desphixs Academy, and let's run this. Now it says true because everything is in uppercase. But had we were leaving this in is lower, let's say is lower, and we want to run this, it will say false because everything is in uppercase. Let's just go ahead and leave the string the way they were before, and let's see. Is lower, it will still say false because some are in capital letter, some are in lower letter. So that's pretty much it for is upper and is lower. So now you know what is upper and is lower does. Now the next one I want to check is there's actually something that you can do that would convert all the text that are in the string to uppercase, then check if they are now in uppercase. If you don't understand, let's just go ahead and do that. So it's as simple as saying phrase.upper, and what does phrase.upper does? It converts everything over here to uppercase. So phrase.upper, then over here I want to say dot is upper. So this is going to convert our phrase to uppercase, then check if it's in uppercase. Now we should get true, and you can see because automatically it's converted this to uppercase and it's checking if it's in uppercase. Now we can convert these to upper, then check if is lower, then we'll get false because it's in uppercase, and we'll also convert all these to lower, then check if it's lower, then we'll get true. And hopefully you understand all the things that I'm doing over here, the biggest and them. Then the next thing I want to do is check the length of a string. So checking the length of a string, that's like how many letters are here. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14. So the function that you can use to check that is len, len. So we could just say, let's just get rid of this phrase. We could say print len of phrase. Now when we print this, you see we'll get 16 because there are 16 letters in here. And it's okay, let's say I want to add one more letter. Let's say I want to add academia, and let's print this. Now you see we have 17 because we added just one more letter. So len would help us check how many letters we have in the string. So the next thing we want to do now is get individual characters for the string. Let's go ahead and reset this to the way it was. So it's just like this, and let's get rid of this ones over here. So getting individual characters from strings, let's say we want to get just letter D, or let's say we want to get just letter E. How do we do that? The only thing we have to do is print phrase, then open up square brackets and pass in 0. Then let's print. Now it says D. Now how does it know that D is stored in 0? Now this brings us to what they call indexing. So indexing simply like assigns each and every one of the letter over here to a specific number. For example, D is O. E 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Then there's a space over here, 8 9. Then there's 10 11 12 13 and so on. So as you can see, S is number 2. So if you pass in number 2 over here and print these, then we should get an error because of all this over here. Let's just go ahead and comment this out. So if you print this, we should get an S. So as you can see, we got an S. And let's say you want to do this stuff that I did over here, you should get an error. So just put a hash. Just put a hash at the beginning before you start doing this, all this. And hopefully you understand what I'm saying. So when you put 7, you should get S because the 7 over here is the index. The S is in the index number of 7. The index of 7 is assigned to S. So let's just go ahead and print 7. Now we should get S. And let's just go ahead and print 12. Now we get D, which is the D in the academy. And hopefully you understand how you could get individual letters from a string. Now the next thing I want to show you guys is getting indexes from string. If you could remember, what we did earlier was getting letters from string. Now we want to get indexes like the other way around, like vice versa. We want to get indexes from string. So how do you do that? In here you could just pass in letter D, and what do you expect? What do you think it will give you back? It should give you 0. But when we run this, we're definitely gonna get an error. So let's run this, and there is an error. What did the error say? It says name D is not defined. So let's go ahead and define this name. The first thing you have to do here is use a parentheses, double quotation marks, and D. So why are we using double quotation marks and D? And that's because D over here is a string, so it can just stand alone as a variable, as a letter with a string. So when we run this, it says str object is not callable. And there's one more thing we have to do over here. Since we are getting index, we have to put in dot index over here. Now when we run this, we get 0. So let's say we want to run capital A, then you see we'll get 9, which is this one over here. And let's say we want to run X, now you see we'll get 6. So this is how you could get indexes from letters. And hopefully you understand what I'm trying to say. It's very easy. And how about you try putting an index that's not in here? Like, sorry, you try putting a letter that's not in here. What should happen? Okay, let's say I want to put in letter W, and let's run this. Now it should throw an error. It says stop string not found. So it will throw an error when the letter that you're looking for isn't there. So that's pretty much it for getting letters from index. So the next thing I want to do here is show you guys how to replace strings with the replace function. So how do we do that? And before we go ahead and do it, I want to explain what we want to do. So let's just undo all this. Okay, what I want to do now is like replace desphixs over here with something else. We could replace desphixs with Shaw. We could replace desphixs with Photoshop or with coding or programming. But how do we do that? We don't want to come in here manually and type in Photoshop Academy. We don't want to do that. So let's just leave it the way it is at Destiny. So what we want to do over here is print. Then we're going to print phrase and use a function called replace. So the function replace takes in two arguments. The first one is what you want to replace. So we want to replace desphixs. Then the second one is what do you want to replace it to. So we want to replace this to Photoshop. Let's say Photoshop, and I think I can spell Photoshop again. Now when you run this, it says Photoshop Academy. Now it's replaced desphixs with Photoshop, and it's that easy. There's no biggie in it. So these are pretty much all the basic functions that I have gotten compiled that you can use here in Python. And if you could just go to Google and make a very simple Google search, there are still much functions that you can get. I just got the major ones that you guys are really gonna be using so frequently. And that's pretty much it for this video. Hopefully you enjoyed this one, and if you did, don't forget to drop a like, and don't forget to also leave a comment on this video and subscribe to stay updated with our future videos. And I hope I'll see you in the next one. Bye and stay safe for now. Hello guys, and welcome back to the fourth part of this course. So in this one, I'll be talking to you guys about numbers in Python. So I wanted to join this course with the last one, which was strings, but I don't want to get you confused or make you get bored of watching this course. So I just sort of separated it to a different video and show you guys. So without wasting any more time, let's just go ahead and talk about the differences that you can do with numbers in Python. So the first thing you want to do over here is, let's just come over here and create a new Python file, and let's name this numbers, just the way we have been doing. And what are numbers in Python? I told you guys earlier that numbers are one of the most common data type in Python, and almost every programmer needs number. They uses number. They include numbers in their programs. And what are examples of numbers? 1, 2, 3, 5, 17, 23. These are examples of numbers. I told you guys. And if you can remember, what are the examples of floats? Let's see if you can remember. So what are the examples of floats? 3.2, 8.4, 0.000000004. So these are floats, and let's just go ahead and get rid of all these. So let's get to the main thing that I want to do here. So you already know what numbers are, no biggie. Let's just go ahead and start doing what we want to do. So we can just print 2, and let's run this. And oh, sorry, you just have to right click over here and click on run, and you see it shows 2 over here. Then the next thing we can do is print a decimal number. Let's say we want to print 3.4445. Make sure there's a point over there, and print this. It shows you 3.0005554. Then we could do basic maths in Python, like addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. We can do all those in Python. So let's just go ahead and do one. Let's say we want to do 3 plus 1, and what do you think is going to give us? 4. Now when we run this, as you can see, it gave 4. So we could do basic math in Python. And are you thinking what I'm thinking over here? With this, that means we could build a calculator in Python. You understand what I'm saying? We could build a calculator in Python, and after this course, then the next one, then we are building a calculator. Hooray! So you could build calculator using these basic math functions that we have here in Python. Now let's do something else. Let's say we want to do sorry for clearing all that out. I just want to clear this out. Okay, let's say we want to do 3 minus 1. What do you think we're gonna get? 2. We could so do something like let's say 108 times, And when you want to do times, use asterisk. 108 times 500. Then let's run this. As you can see, we get 54,000. So you go do basic maths arithmetics here. Now the next thing I want to show you guys is how to use the modulus operator. So what does the modulus operator do? I don't want to confuse you. The modulus operator is just like a percent sign that will divide the number, then give you the remainder. Do you understand what I'm trying to say now? So let's just go ahead and do something. Let's see if you understand. Give it a number, then the modulus operator, I told you, is the percent sign. Give it a number. So it's gonna divide 10. It's gonna divide 3 into 10. And what's gonna be the remainder? So let's do it manually. Let's say we have 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 sticks, and we want to divide this into 3. Now there is 1, there is 2, there's 3. So we have 1, we have 2, we have 3. Now it's remaining just 1. So this one is gonna be what the modulus operator is gonna give us. So let's run this, but we should get an error because of all this over here. Let's get rid of all this. Now when we run this again, you see we get 1, which is the remainder. So it divides the number by the other number, then give us the remainder. Well, how I want to do something like 10 divided by 2, 0, because that has no remainder. And hopefully you understand what the modulus operator does. So we can also store numbers in variables. I told you that, right? Let's say my num, and I want to store this to 10. Okay, yeah, let's say my num is 10. Then you could go ahead and print my num, and let's print this. As you can see, 10 over here. And you can also convert numbers to strings. So this brings us to the last thing that we did. If you can still remember, when we were working with variables, we had to do something like this over here. That's the age 1 variable. We're using str. And why were we doing that? Because we're getting this error that was saying expected string got integer instead. So let's go ahead and show you guys what that's gonna do now. But before that, I want to get rid of all these errors over here. Okay, so we need to convert numbers to strings. And why do we even have to do that? In some cases, when we run this over here, Python don't want to see string and integers together. I don't know if you understand what I said. Python don't want to see strings and integers together. That's why when we come over here, you see there are strings over here. This is a string because it's assigned to a string, but age 1 is not a string, it's an integer. And I told you Python don't want to see string and integers together. They're like, I don't know, let's just say enemies. Let's just use the word enemies. I don't know if the word is correct. Python don't want to see string and integers together. So now we want to deceive Python into thinking that this over here is a string. And how do we do that? We use str, open brackets, pass in the variable that contains the number. And let's show you how to do that over here. Now, in order to trick Python into thinking that this number over here is a string, what do we have to do? We have to open up str like this. Sorry for that. We have to open up str, open up some parentheses, then pass in this. So when you print this, you see it still gets printed, but now Python regards this as a string. And I hope that's interesting to hear, right? Yeah. So the next thing I want to show you guys now is how to make use of str functions to do a lot of things like concatenating numbers and strings together, showing you the error that we encountered earlier and how we can fix them using the str function. And I know you might not understand what I say. They might be so long for you to grab, but just calm down. Let's just go through the course. You should understand. So the first thing I want to do over here, I already have my num is equal to 10. Then let's get rid of those prints. Then I want to say print string my num. Okay, let's just get rid of the string first, and let's get rid of the the parentheses. Then I want to say plus open up a string is my favorite number. Then when we run this, we get an error. And what does the error say? Make sure you read errors. It says expected integer got string instead. Do you understand? I don't know if you understand what's going on here. It's expected integer, whereas it got string instead. So what do we have to do over here? When it says it expects integer got string instead, then just know that you're converting this to integer. Then when you run this again, it still says unsupported operand S for plus blah 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 blah. And why is that going on? And that's just because of one thing. You know what we have to do? Change this over here to str and run this, and everything works. If you can remember what I told you from here, that Python doesn't want to see integers and strings together. Now there was an integer over here, int. The variable inside contains an integer, which is this, and an error pops up. So when we change this to str, now it tricks Python into thinking that this over here is a string. So when you run this, everything works fine and nice. Now the next thing we can do over here is do something like to the power of a number. So let's get rid of this over here. Then we could just say print pow. So pow is used to define like power. Then we can say print 3 to the power of 2, and that should be 9. So as you can see over here, we get 9. So we can still see some like print 4 to the power of 2, and we get 16 over here. Then we can say something like print 4 to the power of 4, and we should get like 64, I think. Okay, what's going on? Yeah, we missed a parenthesis over there. So sorry. Oh my god, this big. We got 256. Oh yeah, it's 8 to the power of 2. That's gonna give you 64. Yeah, my bad, I made a mistake over there. So 8 power to 64. So with the power function, you can raise numbers to the power of another number, and hopefully you understand what this does. Now we want to check for the largest number, like let's say the largest number in a list, not a list, like let's just use the word list. We want to check the largest number in the list. Let's just use the word list. So over here, use max. 8 and 2. What's the largest number? 8. Then you can also check the minimum number. 8 and 2 was the minimum number 2. And let's say we want to make this 2 to 2. Now the minimum number is 8, and hopefully you understand that. And one more thing we want to do over here is show you guys how to round off numbers. So let's go ahead and round off numbers. So if we say print round 4.7, what should it give you guys? It would give 5, because if you know little about mathematics, you know that 7 can round up 4 and it becomes 5. But if there's something like 7.2, it should still give us 4, because this cannot happen. So you can also round up numbers using Python. And let me show you guys how to do some basic math operation. You can come over here and import math. So what is import in Python and what is math? Now, import in Python is just like a command that helps us bring in external code into our current code that we are writing. There's no biggie in it. Just calm down and understand. Import is a command that helps us bring in external code. Let's say I want to bring in all this code over here. I could just say import variables, and now I have imported all this code into here. It's as easy as that. And you see this string over here, I can say import strings, and it's imported it. It's as easy as that. I could just say something like import. There are a lot of things that I can import, pty, cribs, a lot of things. So import brings in a code that's already written into our current code that we're writing. So, and what's math? Math is just like a library, like a package that has been written and kept for us. We could just use it to do a lot of things. So let's go ahead and make use of this math. First of all, we'll say it from math import star which is this. And what does this now does? From mathematics, that's math, we are importing star, and star basically means we want to import every single thing that's in the package math. That's why we use star. When you use star, you want to import every single thing that's in the package math. And hopefully you understand what I'm saying over here. Now let's go ahead and do something. Then I want to say print floor, and want to pass in two numbers, 3 and 8. And this would grab, it says math.floor takes exactly one argument, but 2 was given, so we have to use dots over here. Now it should give us 3. And why does that? It grabs the smallest number. How about if we use cell? Sorry for that, let's use cell. Now it should grab 4. You understand? Cell just like rounds off number, and hopefully you understand what it does. It's rounds off number. And that's pretty much it for numbers. So that was pretty much it for this video, guys, and hopefully you enjoyed it. So if you did, do drop a like on this video, and don't forget to comment, and also do make sure to subscribe, as it would mean the world to me. And I hope I'll see you in the next course. Bye for now. Hello guys, and welcome back to the 5th part of this course. And in this one I'll be showing you guys how to use inputs in Python. So what does inputs in Python does? Inputs in Python literally allows the user to input a certain information. It can be the name, it can be a sentence, a text, whatever, and that information would be stored in a variable and can be used to do a lot of fun things. Create a new file and let's name this inputs. So in here you just want to put inputs just like this, and that's pretty much it. Okay, let's say we want to print inputs. Sorry, let's say we want to print inputs. Now let's get rid of this one over here. So when we print this, it would allow us type in things here in a terminal. We can type in something like, my name is Destiny and I love coding. Sorry for that. And I love coding. So if you noticed, let's say this input wasn't here, and let's say we just want to print 1. If you notice, we can type in anything here because we are not given the opportunity, but input gives us the opportunity to type in something. Then also we'll take that stuff and store it in a variable, use it to do and use it to do amazing things. So let's just go ahead and show you guys some example. So the first thing I want to show you guys over here is define a variable. So I'm defining a variable name and inputs. So I've stored whatever that's going to go into this input in this variable over here, name. And take note, when whatever you put in the input is what's going to be displayed in the terminal. I know you might not understand what I'm trying to say, but just follow along. Let's say I say something like enter name here. This is going to be like a placeholder to show you what to do. So when you run this, it says enter name here. Then you can enter your name, Destiny Franks, yeah, or you could enter your name, Karen Doe. Yeah, you could just do anything you want there. So whatever you put in here is what's gonna come over here as a placeholder, and hopefully you understand what I'm trying to say. So the next thing I want to explain to you guys is this is a function. This is a function, and this over here is a prompt. This is not an input. An input is what we're gonna type down here. This is an input. Now this stuff that I'm typing is an input. This one over here is a prompt. Then this one is a function. This one is a variable. Hopefully you understand what I'm trying to say. So with all this, we want to go ahead and do some pretty good things. First of all, I want to say print, then open up a string, say hello, then I want to say plus name. So let's go ahead and run this. So it says enter name here, then I want to enter Destiny Franks, then run this. It says hello Destiny Franks. Isn't this really amazing? Oh my god, this is awesome. Now your program can actually detect that you want to put in something, and whatever you put in, that's what it's gonna greet you with. Okay, let's say I want to put in something like let's just think of a name. Let's say Mike. Then it will say hello Mike. Okay, I said Mike, then let's enter, and it says hello Mike. So this is pretty much what input does for you. Then we want to go ahead and do some pretty complex things with inputs or the take notes. They are not really going to be complex, but let's just go ahead and do something. So let's get rid of this one over here. Then want to define the variable age and set this to inputs. Then want to say enter your age here. Then this one should be enter your name here. Then down here we want to take a print statement, and this print statement is gonna say hello, and it's gonna say hello plus name. Open up, concatenate again, and let me just clean this so you understand what I'm saying. I opened up a string, I said hello, I gave a space, went out of the string, concatenated twice, came into the concatenation, then I typed in name, which is the variable we used for storing the inputs that the user is going to enter as a name. Then out here I opened up a parent quotation marks again, and I said you are. I came out, I concatenated again, then I said you are age. Then out here I open up double quotation mark, I said years old. So this is a pretty long program, and I hope this works. Let's just go ahead and run this. Now it says enter name here. When we enter our name, Destiny Franks, enter your age, I'm 20. Then it says hello Destiny Franks, you are 20 years old. Then you could just go ahead and space all this so it looks fine. Now let's run this again, and let's say you want to pull Jane Doe, her age, let's say she has 40. Then it says hello Jane Doe, you are 40 years old. So we could go ahead and space this one too. Then let's say I want to put in your name, and I don't know, let's just say your name is Tom, Tim, Henry, whatever. Okay, let's say name Henry Thomas. Is that how to spell Thomas? Then let's say you are 20 years old. Now it says hello Henry Thomas, you are 20 years old. So this is a pretty good language that we have written over here. That's just collects inputs from user, give it to us, the programmer. We store it in a variable, then we use it to do some important and fun things. So that's pretty much it for input, and I hope you guys really enjoyed this video. And if you did, don't forget to give this video a thumbs up. It really helps us grow, and comment your thoughts on this video, and don't forget to subscribe. And I hope I'll see you in the next video where we will be building a calculator. Bye. Hello guys, it's Destiny here, and welcome back to this video. So in this video we'll be showing you guys how to build a calculator in Python. So this calculator is going to be very basic. Trust me, it's not going to be an advanced calculator, because we're still going to build an advanced calculator later in this course. But for now we want to build a basic calculator, and this calculator is simply going to take in two numbers from user, add them together, and give us an answer. So let's just go ahead and do this. First of all, I want to create a new file, and let's name this basic_calculator. And in here, the first thing we want to do is define number one. So this number one should take an input, just like what we did in the last one, and it should say enter your first number here. And we still need number two, num2. So we are defining a variable and setting them to this input. Enter your second number here. So when we run this, let's run this, and it says enter your first number here 1, enter your second number here 2. Now the code just stopped executing. Why? Because we haven't added the functionality to it. Let's go ahead and add functionality to it. So in order to do that, the first thing we want to do is come over here, and we want to say results should be equal to num1 plus num2. And why am I saying results? Because that's what I want to use and track what the user stored in the num1 and num2. So let's just go ahead and say results is equal to num1 plus num2. Now I want to print results. So let's just go ahead and run this. Now it says enter a number. Here we entered 1, enter a number, we entered 2. Now it gives us 12, and that's stupid. Look at it, man. How can a program be that dumb? It just gives us 12. It's stupid. So how about we say something like let's rerun this, and let's say enter your first number. Here we'll say it 4. Now it's gonna say 44, right? Yeah, 44. But we don't want this to happen. Now what can we do? So the other thing that we can do now is, first of all, convert these numbers into integers. So let's just wrap this and let's convert this into integers, and I'm going to tell you guys why I'm doing this. But first of all, let's just go ahead and do this. Now when we run the program again and we put in 1 and put in 2, now it gives us 3. Isn't that nice? But how about I want to print like a decimal number alongside an integer? Now let's run this. 2 is an integer, 2.666 is a decimal. Now it gives an error. It says invalid literal for integer with base 10. You understand? There's a float, there's an integer. They don't want to see themselves together. Now what can we do? We can go over here and put floats and floats. Now floats can accept both integers and floats themselves together. Now 1 plus 2, you get 3, and you still say something like 1 plus 2.1, sorry for that, 1 plus 1.2, now you get 2.2. So this is how it works. It's very easy. And let's say you want to make subtractions, you come over here and change this to minus sign. Now you can subtract 40 minus 10. Now you get 30.0. So this is pretty much it for the calculator, and as you can see, it's like very basic calculator. But when we're making the advanced one, we wouldn't want to come over here and change the sign, change this operator over here. We would want to do it in our terminal. Like for example, let me show you what we want to do. We want to do something like 4 plus 3. Then when we hit enter, it should give us the answer. That's what we're going to do when we're building the advanced calculator. It will have to work with comparison operators. It would have to work with if statements and some loop and all that. So that's pretty much it for this video. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it, and if you did, do not forget to drop a like on this video, comment and subscribe. That's the only way you can help us out on this channel, and I hope I will see you guys in the next video. Bye and stay safe for now. Hello guys, and welcome back to the 7th part of this course. So in this one, we're building a Mad Libs game, and this game is where you can enter a bunch of words, take the words that you have entered, then store them in a variable, and it should like print out a story for you and all that. So let's stop wasting any more time and get started. So the first thing we have to do over here is create a new Python file. So let's just right click over here and let's create a new file and name this Mad Lib. So Mad Lib, and make sure you're creating a Python file, not a Python stub. Then hit enter. Okay, down here the first thing we need to do is define variables. So first of all, we need to define variables. So let's go ahead and start doing that. So the first variable that we want to define is color. Then we want to set this to an input, just the way we did when we were making a calculator. We define the variable num1, then set it to an input. Here we want to define a variable color, then set it to an input. So this input is going to say something like enter a color here, and we want to define two more variables, and this one over here is going to be a plural noun, plural underscore noun, and this is going to say enter a plural underscore noun here, and this one is going to say celebrity, and enter a celebrity. Okay, let's just say celebrity's name here. So these are basically the variables we need for this game. Now the next thing we want to do is print out the story text with the variables included in them. Okay, let's go ahead and do this so you understand better what we are about to do. So you want to say print, then in this story we're going to print something like roses are. Then if you can remember the way we did concatenation in the last video, then you should definitely know how to concatenate the variable color into this first line of the story. So we're gonna say roses are, then come out of the string, hit the plus sign on our keyboard, then add in the variable color, and we should be done with that. So let's just make 3 more of these. And if you can remember how I told you to duplicate, to use Ctrl D to duplicate. Then in this next one, what we want to do is plural underscore noun are. So plural underscore noun are, then we need to come over here and put something like the variable, which is plural underscore noun. Then over here I want to say I love. Then down here you're gonna leave the celebrity name. So hopefully you understand what's going on here. Now when we run this, it's gonna show us roses are, then we'll have the opportunity to pick a color for the roses. Then it's also show us plural noun are, then we could pick a plural noun, it could be whatever, microwave, whatever. Then we could say I love, then the name of a celebrity. So let's go ahead and run this and see what we have now. So it says enter a color here, so I want to enter pink, and it said enter a plural now, and let's say I want to enter shirts, and it says enter a celebrity name, and let's go with Justin Bieber. I don't know if that's the right spelling of Bieber, so let's just hit enter and see. So it says roses are pink, plural noun are shirts, I love celebrity. So you see, that's how it goes. Okay, but there is something we got wrong here. It's not supposed to say plural noun are shirts. You're supposed to say something like shirts are blue. Hopefully you understand. So down here we've got to change something. It's supposed to say shirts. It's supposed to say was the plural noun, then over here plural noun, then concatenate plus plural noun are blue. So this is it. Roses are color, plural noun are, then I love. So let's go ahead and run this and see what we have again. So enter a color here, I want to enter red, and a plural noun, let's say shirts. Okay, let's say my heart, then enter a celebrity name, I want to say Justin Bieber. Then it says roses are red, my hearts are blue, I love Justin Bieber. So this is what this game basically has to give us. You enter a bunch of words over here, enter another one over here, enter another one over here, then it's just choosing the word into the story and prints it out for you. So that's basically it for Mad Lib game. And as we proceed in this course, we'll build more complex games like a guessing game and all that in this course. So hopefully you enjoyed this, and if you did, do drop a like on this video. Don't forget to drop a comment and subscribe so you'd stay updated with our new videos. And I hope I'll see you in the next course. Bye and stay safe for now. Hello guys, and welcome back to the 8th part of this course. So in this one we'll be talking about lists in Python. So when programming in Python, we deal with large amounts of data, and we need lists to manage and store this data. A list is like a structure in Python that can be used to store informations in Python and generally in any programming language at all, be it C++ or Java. You'll definitely have to use lists to store or manage your data. So let's stop wasting any more time and get started into what lists are. First of all, I want to just explain like what a list basically means. So you want to see it as a big deal. A list is just like a place where you store things. For example, let's say I want to store the name of my friends in a list, then I'll just define a variable like my friends underscore name. Then this is a variable. Then when you want to make a list, you just make a square bracket like this. Then whatever goes into the square bracket is what's gonna be in the list. So I want to put the name of my friends. First of all, let's say Jim is my friend, Karen is my friend. Who else should I put in here? Let's say Tom. Okay, let's put that in a capital letter. Tom. Then I want to put Henry. Sorry for that. And finally, let's go with Mike. So these are all my friends. Now they are in a list, and if you take note of how we are putting them in the list, the name Jim comes first, then a comma, then the name Karen, then a comma, then Tom, a comma, Henry, then Mike. So this is how you define a list. This is basically how you define a list. Or you could still do something else. Let's say you want to define my friend's name. You could do something like this. Open up a square bracket, then hit enter on your keyboard to space this out so everything looks nice. Then let's say I want to copy this over here and paste it in here. This is still a list. Take note of that. This is still a list, but we just broke the square brackets apart. But don't get confused. It's still a list in case if you see someone else use that. So this friend list is storing all the names of my friends, and a list can also contain numbers and booleans. For example, you can say something like my GPA, then let's set this to a list, and let's say 1.0 was your first, then you got 2.5, then you got 3.0. You can still store numbers in the list and all that. So let's get rid of this number. The first thing you can do over here is print this list. So I can say print my friend list, and let's go ahead and run this. So right click on this place over here, then run. So you see it says Jim, Karen, Tom, Henry, and Mike. But there's something we can do. In order to access individual or separate data from the list, then indexing is introduced. Indexing is just like a number used to represent item in the list. And if you remember what I told you in the last video when we're talking about numbers or strings, if I can remember, we used indexing to access individual letter of Desphixs Academy. We use indexing. If you can remember, D stands for 0, A stands for 1, and all that. So in this case over here, we need to use indexing. So this is how indexing works. This Jim over here is in the index number of 0 because it's the first one. Karen is in the index number of 1, and so on. And what makes them stay in the index number of 1? That's because of this comma. So let's say we got rid of this comma over here, and let's say we are joining Jim and Karen together. Okay, let's say Jim and Karen now, they are here without the comma, and you want to access 0. So let's go ahead and print this and see what we get. You see we get Jim, Karen, and that's because there is no comma over here. But when there is a comma here, let's go ahead and print this. Now you see we have only Jim. So the comma over here makes them individual characters. It makes them individual data in the list. So that's pretty much it for accessing individual data. Let's say we want to access Tom. Now we're gonna access the index number of 2, and you see we got Tom. So that's it. And one more thing that we could do again is modify items in the list. You understand what I'm trying to say? So let's go ahead and say my friend name. My friend is Jim, and I want to change his name to, let's say I want to change his name to Franks. Okay, let's change his name to Franks. Then let me just space all this out. So his name over here was Jim, but now I want to change his name to Franks. Sorry, I'm changing the name of Karen to Franks because it's the index number of 1. Now when I print the index number of 1, now see what's gonna happen. It's changed her name to Frank. So that's pretty much it. And when you get rid of, let's say I want to get rid of this line over here, and print it, it remains Karen because I got rid of this line. And don't feel weird about this. We're still going to talk about comments in this tutorial. So that's pretty much it for list. And in the next one, I want to talk to you guys about list functions in Python. Hello guys, and welcome back to the 9th part of this course. So in this one, we'll be talking about list functions in Python. So because lists are very important, and they actually have a bunch of fun things that you can do with them. That's why we have a bunch of different functions that we can use with lists, and these functions allow us to modify the list or get information for the list. For example, let's go over here and create a new file, and let's name this lists underscore functions underscore functions. Okay, now we want to define a variable, and let's name this variable lucky numbers. And this lucky numbers, it's gonna have something like let's say a list of 2, 5, 12, 4, 2, and finally let's just say 3. And this is for the lucky numbers. We could still go also and make a list of friends, and let's set this to Sam. Let's set this to peace, and Alex. Let's just say Karen again, then Tim, and make sure they are in double quotation marks, and we are setting this to team. So now we have a list of lucky numbers and a list of friends. The first thing we can do over here is extend the list of lucky numbers to friends. So what that does is it just go ahead and append the friends to the lucky numbers. So let's just print this first and see what we have. So as you can see, sorry for that. Okay, I'm not printing that. Let's come over here and print lucky numbers. And as you can see, we have the lucky numbers over here. But if you want to print the friends, you see we have the list of the friends. But how about we want to do something like friends dot extend. Then down here we want to print friend. So see what happens now. It says list.extend takes one argument, but 0 was given. So in here we need to assign an argument here, because we are trying to extend these lucky numbers to the friends list. Like we want to append the lucky numbers to the friends list. So we need to pass in the lucky numbers in here. So when we print this now, as you can see, it automatically appends the lucky numbers to the friends list. Now we have Sam, Peace, Karen, Team, then 2, 5, 12, 4, 2, 3, and that's pretty much it for appending. Note, dot extend appends the lucky number list to the friends list, and you could also append the friends list to the lucky number list just the other way around. All you have to do is come over here and say lucky number that's extended. In here you pass in friends, then you could print lucky numbers, and the other way around it's 2, 5, 12, blah blah blah, then Sam, Peace, Karen, and all that. So the next thing we could do is append things, like just another name to the friend list. For example, we could say something like so let me just get rid of this over here, and I want to change the print to friend. So in here, let's say I want to append a new name to my friends list. Then I can say friends dot append, then I'll add in the name I want to append here. Let's say I want to append Mike to it. Then when you print this, you see we have Sam, Peace, Karen, Tim, and Mike. Now we have a new friend, and his name is Mike. And we could also insert like a new friend into this list. And in order to do that, you just say friends dot insert. Then this is supposed to take two arguments. The first one is where you want to insert, the second one is what you want to insert. So you print this, you see we have Sam, Mike, and hopefully just take note of what I'm doing over here. Initially this was in the index position of 0, this was in the index position of 1, but now I want to assign Mike to the index position of 1. So now when you print this, you see this Sam is in the index position of 0, now Mike is in the index position of 1. How cool is that? That's really amazing. Then the next thing we could do is to remove a friend from the list. So we could just say friends dot remove, and let's say I want to remove Mike from the list. Now when you print, it says list does remove x not in list. So I'm trying to remove somebody that's not in the list, so it will throw an error. You should definitely remove a friend of yours that's in the list. So let's get rid of peace. And now you can see we have only Sam, Karen, and Tim. So you could remove friends, you could insert at a specific index position, you could append, and we could also pop friend. And the pop function removes or pops out the last element that's in the list. So when we use the pop function, it will pop out Tim because he's the last friend in the list. So we could just say friends dot pop. Then when we print friends, then Tim is gone. So pop will pop out the last person that's in the list. And we could also use clear friends dot clear. And when we run this, what this is going to do is actually clear the whole list. So when we run this, as you can see, we have an empty list over here right now. So you want to check the index number of a particular friend in your list. Then you want to do print friends dot index. Then you want to pass in the name you want to check. So I want to check the index number of peace. Then down here you see 1 because she's in the index number of 1. And to check how many times someone appeared in the list, that's okay. Let's just go ahead and duplicate a name. Let's say I want to duplicate peace, and let's put her over here. Now we have peace twice. So to check how many times someone appeared in the list, we could use the count function. So we say friends.count, then want to count peace and C. So run this and you see 2 times, and let's duplicate her again and again. So when you run this now, you see she appeared 4 times in the list. So you use the count function to check how many times your friends appears in the list. And you use the sort function to automatically arrange the name alphabetically in ascending order. The sort function automatically arrange the name in an alphabetical and ascending order. So let's just go ahead and do that. So get rid of this, and we want to get rid of all the peace that we've got over here. Get rid of all the peace. Okay, now we just have that. So you want to say friends dot sort. Then down here, you want to print friends. So let's print friends and let's run this. So as you can see, now we have Karen, Peace, Sam, and Tim. So it's arranged everything in alphabetical order from K to PS. Then, okay, let's say we have a friend and let's give him a name starting from A. And what should we give him? Let's say we want to give him Abel. And let's run this. Now you see that Abel is at the first part of the list, whereas in the main list he's at the last part. So friends.sort automatically arrange the names in alphabetical and ascending order. Now coming over to numbers, there are a few functions that we can use with number. We could say lucky number dot reverse. This would reverse the list. So let's get rid of this and let's say lucky number dot reverse. So this is a function we can use with numbers or even friends. So lucky number dot reverse, then want to print lucky numbers. Then initially it was in 2, 5, 12, 4, but look at what's gonna happen now. It's in 3, 2, 4. Like it went the other way around. So you can use that with lucky numbers. And there's one more thing we could do. We could make a duplicate of the friends list and store it in a new variable. Okay, let's just go ahead and do that so you understand at once. So we could say friends2. Take note, this is the first friend. Now there's another list of the friend. So we could say friends2 is equal to friends dot copy. So now we could go ahead and print friends2 and see what we have. So we can print friend2. Sorry for that. So we can print friend2. Now when we print this, it still has the same list. Now printing friend2, it still has the same list as friend1. We have a duplicate of the friends list now. So that was pretty much it for this tutorial, and hopefully you learned something new about list and list functions. And if you did, do go ahead and give this video a like and a comment, and don't forget to subscribe, as it will mean the world to me. So bye and stay safe for now. Hello guys, and welcome welcome to the 10th part of this course in Python. So in this one we'll be talking about tuples. So a tuple is a type of data structure in Python which means it's a container that can store multiple value. For example, let's say first of all let's go ahead and create a new Python file and let's name this tuples, and we could use a coordinates variable. So let's define a coordinate. Sorry, I'm not getting the spelling of that. So it's coordinates. Okay, now that's correct. Then we want to use a coordinate of 4 and 5. Like these are numbers that don't change. Okay, let's go ahead and continue doing another thing. We want to print coordinates, and when we print this we get, sorry, let's right click over here and run tuples. So we get 4 and 5. Now note, tuples are immutable, which basically means it cannot be changed, it cannot be modified or altered, just the way we do alter lists. And just the way we use some functions like .append, .extend, .pop, if you could still remember in list, .clear to clear the list, we cannot use functions to modify texts in tuples. We can use functions to modify data in tuples. So take note of that. Then we'll go ahead and practicalize that and see what we have here. So for example, let's change the coordinate of 1 to 10. If you could still remember in list, all we have to do is define the index of where it is, then assign a new number to it, and this is how you could do it. You could just say coordinate. You could say coordinates, then it's in 1, then we want to assign this to 10. So let's go ahead and print this. Now we should get an error. It says object does not support item assignment. It says tuple object does not support item assignment. But had it been this was a list, let's go ahead and change this to square brackets. Now let's run this. Automatically it changes 4 to 10 because this is a list, but in this case it's a tuple, and the way you know tuples are, they're going to be in parentheses. So when you run this now, we get the error again. So you can change tuples. That's pretty much it. For tuples, this course is not going to be a long one. Tuples are pretty easy and straightforward. They are used to store values that are constant, that will never ever change, that won't be touched or altered or modified. So that's pretty much it for tuple, and hopefully you learned something new. If you did, give this video a like and consider subscribing for more future videos, and I hope I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Hello guys, and welcome back to the 11th part of this course. So in this one now we're talking to you guys about functions in Python. So functions in Python is like a collection of different bunch of codes that performs a specific task. For example, I can use a function to gather codes that does the same things in different sections of our code, and whenever I want to redo that same thing, I could just call the function, and all the codes that's in the function will get executed instead of rewriting the whole code. So let's go ahead and show you guys an example of this. We want to create a new Python file, and let's name this function. So the way we define functions in Python is just by saying def. So with the word def, Python knows that you are about to define a function. Then after def, the next word is what you want to name your function. So in this case, we want to make a function that says hi to a user here in Python. So we're going to name this say hi, because that's what we want our function to do. Whenever we call the say hi, it should say hi to a new user that imputed their name. So down here we could just put a parenthesis. After the name of your function, you put a parenthesis, then a colon. So now we have a function, and we hit enter, and notice that it indents this. There is an auto indentation which shows that the print hello user that we're going to print now belongs to the say hi function. So whatever it's in this indentation belongs to this say hi function. So we want to say print hello user, and that should be in a string. So we're printing hello user. Okay, we need to run function, and when you run this, take note, nothing happens here. And why is that? why is the print hello user not showing up? And that's because it's indented into the function say hi. Before it has to work, we need to come over here and call the say hi function. Now when you run this, it says hello user, so we need to come over here and run this function for it to say hello user. And before you run this function, make sure that you've called it over here. So let's say we'll get rid of this now. This is not going to work, so we need to call it and run this for it to show up on our terminal. And there's one other thing we need to do. We need to pass in like someone's name as a variable into the function. So a function usually takes an information like to help it stand out or become more functional, because it's actually a function, and the information that a function can take are called parameters. So parameters help define functions. And if you don't know what a parameter is, it's very easy. You noticed earlier that we created a parenthesis over here. So this parenthesis takes some functions. For example, I want to have a function that allows the user put in their name and to say hi to the user. So we put in a name over here, and this name is a parameter. Take note of that. Whatever goes into the function is a parameter. So down here, instead of saying hello user, we could just get rid of this, then concatenate and call hello name. Then in here we could put in any name we want. For example, let me put in Destiny. So when we print this, it says hello Destiny, and that's really amazing. We could also change this name over here to Mike and it to say hello Mike, and you see the way it works, everything goes really fine. So we could print more than one name. For example, we could come over here and say hello Mike, and we could still say so Destiny. So when we run this, it says hello Mike and hello Destiny. And take note, it prints the top one before this one over here. And we could also come over here and say, let's say hi, then let's come over here and print. Okay, let me just get rid of all this. So we want to print top over here, print top, want to say hi, then pass in the name. Let's say I want to say hi to Karen, then I want to come over here and print bottom. So let's print bottom. Now when I run this, it says top, hello Karen, bottom. So it prints it alphabetically the way it's supposed to be. A function takes an information to help it stand out, just like what I told you, which is the name that we put in there. So the parameter name helps this function become more functional, and hopefully you understand all that. We could also come over here and say things like say hi to a name, Frank's, just like what I showed you earlier, and we could still say hi to someone else, Karen, and when we run this, it says hi to the both of them. And we could also pass more than one parameters in our function. Take note of that. We could pass name and we could pass age. So down here, this would expect two things. So first of all, it's expecting name and it's also expecting an age. So when we run this, it says say hi, missing one required positional argument, age. So this one over here too needs an age 65. Now when we run this, it says hello Franks and hello Karen, but why isn't showing the age? Because we haven't concatenated the age variable in here. So with that, it says hello Frank 35, hello Karen 65. So that's pretty much it for all this. It's really fun using functions, and we could also pass in integer and change the age variable to string, just like what we've done before. We could come over here and pass in integer like this, integer just like this. Let me show you. But when we run this now, we should get an error. It says can only concatenate string, not integer. So we have to change this here to string. So that's what I was trying to tell you. We can pass in integer and change it to string. So when we run this, everything runs fine. So that's pretty much it for functions in Python. And this is just like a basic overview. When we dive more into this video, I'll show you guys some in-depth things that you can do with function. And hopefully you learned something new today. And if you did, please drop a like on this video and don't forget to comment and consider subscribing to stay updated with our future videos. And I hope I'll see you in my next video. Bye. guys, and welcome back to the 12th part of this course. So in this one we'll be talking about return statements in Python. So the return keyword basically allows our program return some information after running our programs here in Python. So we want to go ahead and create a new file, and by the time we get deep into this course you're going to understand what the return statement does. So let's name this return underscore statement, and in here let's say we want to cube a number in Python. It's as easy as saying q2 cube 3, but we want a function that should help us cube this number. So let's go ahead and get rid of this. Now I want to define a function cube. So we want to define cube as a function. Then in here we want to pass in a parameter num and a colon. So what I want to do is num times num, because that's basically cubing a number. For example, you want to cube 3, it's 3 times 3 times 3. So for you to cube the number, then we could just come over here and let's call the function num. We could call the function cube. Sorry, I was calling the function num. It's supposed to be the function cube. So in here we want to cube a number, so let's pass in 2, and it's supposed to give us 8. So when we run this, you see nothing happens. And why is that? Why is that not running what we actually wanted to run? Let's rerun this. You see, nothing happens again. Calling this function now shows that nothing happens in our terminal. Okay, let's go ahead and print it and see if it works. So I want to copy this, then print and paste that in. So I'll run this, and you see now it shows none. And it's supposed to show a number which is in the cube of 2. And why is that happening? So that brings us to return statement in Python. Instead of you just putting this like this over here, you need to put in a return. So when with this keyword over here, return, when you run this again, you see it gives 8. So this is basically what the return statement does in Python. You just use a return num times num times num, then you compress it a very huge number over here and say it cubes the number 640 million. I don't know if that's correct. So that's pretty much it for return statements in Python. It's very easy using return statements in Python. Now we can use this program to cube any number. 4 would give us 16. Let's check that out. Okay, sorry for that. 4 would give us 64. I'm sorry for that. 4 would give us 64. And we could also store the cube function in a result variable, that we don't have to always print the whole function itself. Now we have to print the result. So let me show you how to do that. Get rid of the print. Then you want to say result is equal to cube. Now down here you want to print results. So you don't have to come over here always and rerun all the function again. All you have to do is pass in the number in here now, run this, it gives you the answer. Pass in the number, run this, it gives you the answer. Pass in a way more complex number, run this, it would give you the answer. You can even pass in a more complex number if you want, and run this, you get your answer. So that's it for this. It's really straightforward and easy. And the code below the run statement would not run. Take note of that. So any code below the run statement would not run. So let's go ahead and practicalize that. Let me get rid of all this. Let's leave this in 2. So let's say down here we want to print this is a return statement. Then when we run this, what do you think happens? It ignores this because it's in the return statement. It's not gonna work. So let's print this now, and it says this is a return statement 8. That's because it's outside of the indentation. So any code that's below the return statement isn't gonna work. So that's pretty much it for return statement, and hopefully you learned something new. And if you did, do not forget to give this video a like, comment, and don't forget to subscribe to stay updated with future videos. And the next video we'll be talking about if statement, and I hope I'll see you there. Bye. Hello guys, and welcome back to the 13th part of this course where I'll be showing you guys everything you need to know getting started with if statements in Python. So what are if statements in Python? If statements are a special structure in Python that helps our programs make decisions. That is like to do something if a special condition is met. If statements are the things that we humans use in our everyday life, like what we do, the way we go out, the way we go to malls and restaurants and all that. So here I want to take a look at an example of an if statement, like a real life example of an if statement. So let's go ahead and start doing that. So here on my screen I have some bunch of text, and these are not code, these are just like plain text. As you can see, it's in a file, not in a Python file. So the first one says, when I wake up in the morning, if I'm hungry, I eat breakfast. So this is something that all of us we do on a daily basis. When you wake up in the morning, if you are hungry, you eat breakfast. And I hope that's very, very clear. Number two, I have something again here. It says, when I wake up early in the morning, if I wake up by 6 o'clock a.m., I go to work. Otherwise, now take note, otherwise is also called elif. Just keep that at the back of your mind. You don't need to use it now, but just remember that. Otherwise is also known as elif. So it says, if I wake up 6 o'clock a.m. in the morning, I go to work. Otherwise, I skip work for the day and pay a fine or something at the office. Hopefully you understand. When you wake up 6 o'clock a.m. in the morning, you woke up very early, you go to work. But let's say you woke up around 10 o'clock a.m. or 11 a.m. or 12 p.m., then you're definitely gonna skip work for the day and pay a fine or something like that. So number three, it says, I'm at a meeting. If I want to ask a question, I raise my hand. Otherwise, I shut my mouth. It's very easy and self-explanatory. Number four says, I'm at a restaurant. If I want to meat, I order a steak. Otherwise, if I want pasta, I order spaghetti and meatballs. Otherwise, I order salad and drink. That's like the default one. Then take note, otherwise here is known as elif, and otherwise here too was known as else. So what does all this mean? We'll get to all this in a second. So sit tight and watch how we put all this into function. So let's go ahead and start writing some bunch of code. We could just get rid of this over here. Then we want to create a new Python file, and let's name this if sorry for that. Let's come over here, right click, and we want to create not a new scratch file over here. Then I want to create a new Python file, and let's name this if statements. Okay, so down here in the if statement, there are some things we want to do. For example, we want to write the code that helps check if some individuals in the meeting, or let's say some students in the school, are male. And in order to do that, we need to define a variable, and one called this variable is male. So it's male, we're gonna set it to true. And hopefully you remember what true is in Python. If you could remember what the data type that true is, it's a boolean. And I taught you this in the Python glossary course introduction part, where I was showing you guys some glossary in Python and data types. So this is a boolean. It's used to check if something is true or false. For example, I'm a male, so this is gonna be true, but we don't know yet. I'm just setting this to a value true. We can also set this to false for the moment. For the meantime, we can set this to false, or we can leave it as true. So it could be anything now, but let's go ahead and continue doing what we want to do. So we want to check if is male, then print true. Print you are a male. You are a male. So let's run this. Now what does it say? You are a male. And why is it printing you are a male? Because it said if is male is equal to true over here. Print you are a male. But how about I'm not a male? How about like I'm a female or something? Now let's go ahead and change this to false. So I changed is male to false, and now the output is gonna be you are not a male. So let's come over here and say else print you are not a male. You are not a male. So So you need to pay close attention to all this because it's gonna get complex with time. So let's run this, and it says you are not a male, and that's because its male is now false. Let's say we leave it as true, then around this it says you are a male. Then when it's on in false, and take note, the false is gonna start with a capital letter, it says you are not a male. So let's check to see if there are tall males in the class. So we need to come over here and define a variable again, and let's say is tall is equal to true, and let's leave this one over here as true. Okay, now we have a variable that will check for males in the class, and we also have a variable that will check for tall males in the class. So now we have to use what is called an operator in Python, like an or, and what else? There was one other more, not. These are operators in Python that helps you compare things. So let's go ahead and do something. So if it's male or is tall, so this or over here is an operator in Python. Take note of that. So if it's male or tall, print you are a male, or you are a male, or tall, or both. So if he's a male and if he's tall, so this is gonna tell us that he's a male or tall or both. Else print you are not a male, neither are you tall. Are you tall? So let's go ahead and run this. Now it says you are a male or tall or both, because is male is true. But how about we change is male to false? So it says you are a male or tall or both. That's because tall is the true, and what we are checking for is or. We want to check if they are a male or they are tall. So it is still print out you are a male or tall. Take note of that. But male is false. That means they're like a female. But are they tall? So it says you are a male or you are tall or both. And I know you might not understand this now, so just take your time, go back to the video. You should definitely understand this. So down here we want to print you are neither male or tall. So let's just get rid of this. You are neither male or tall. So this is more better. So this is gonna print you are neither male or tall. So let's run this and see. It says you are a male or tall or both. Now let's make the both of them false. Now you see it says you are neither male or tall. So the both are in false. The person is not a male and the person is not tall. That means the person is just short female. And hopefully you understand what's going on here. It says you are neither male nor tall. Now we want to use an AND operator. So an AND operator will check to see if they are male, if they are male, and if they are tall. So it's gonna check for the both of them, not separately like the way OR did. OR is checking like if this is white or if this is blue. But this is going to check if this is white and blue. Hopefully you understand. So let's go over here and change the OR to AND, and it's going to say if it's male and is tall, print you are a male and you are tall, and you are tall. Take note of that. And now let's go ahead and run this. It says you are neither male or tall, but we want to change this one over here now to you are neither male, you are not a male, and you are not tall. So you are not a male and you are not tall. So let's run this and see what we have. It says you are not a male and you are not tall. But let's leave this as true and let's see what it says. It says you are not a male and you are not tall. That's because we want to check for male and tall. We want to check if they are a male and if they are tall. So if you leave one of this as true, nothing is gonna happen. The both of them has to be true for this to tell you that you are a male and you are tall. So it needs a tall male and it needs a tall male, and that's all it needs. It doesn't need a short male or a tall girl. It needs a tall male. So every the both of them has to be true for it to show you this. Now the next operator that we can use as well, or they call the not operator. So guys, now we want to use the not operator, so let's go ahead and do that. So elif is introduced when you want to make two conditional statements. For example, if I wake up in the morning around 6 o'clock, I go to work. That's if. Then but if I wake up 10 o'clock p.m. I don't go to work. Sorry, 10 o'clock a.m. I don't go to work. So to do that, you use elif. So we're gonna say now elif is male and not is tall, so add a column there. Elif is male and the not is tall. So with this we are pretty good to go. And this one over here too, we need to change this. If is male and not is tall, and not is tall, so we need to add this over here to a parenthesis. And as you can see, everything is working fine now. If is male and not is tall, so if the person is a male and the person is not tall, but take note of something, we are already doing that here, so we need to get rid of this not that in the if statement here and just leave it. If they are male and they are tall, print you are male and you are tall. But if they are male and they are not tall, then you want to print something else. And what's that gonna be? If you can try to figure that out, that's gonna be you are a male and you are not tall. Take note of that. So we're gonna add you are not tall. And finally, we want to check if they are tall and they are not a male. So we still use elif over here, and we'll say if not is tall. Take note of that. Over here we checked if they are male and they are not tall, so we want to check if they are not tall, sorry, if they are not is male, if they are not a male over here, and they are tall and is tall. And hopefully you understand what's going on here. We want to check if they are not male but they are tall, so we're gonna print you are not a male but you are tall, so else, what are we gonna do in the else? So in the else statement, we could just say something like you are not a male, you are not tall, and you are not both. So let's just come over here and say you are not a male and you are not tall. So let's go ahead and run this now. It says you are male and you are tall, because the both of male and tall, they are true. But how about we change tall to false? Now guess what it's going to show us? It's going to show us you are male but not tall. So let's run this, and you see it shows you are male and you are not tall, because tall is false. Let's say we want to change the both of them to false. Now it's going to say you are not a male and you are not tall. So let's say we want to change tall to true. It's going to say over here you are not a male but you are tall. So you see what our program can do now? It can detect when a male is a male and when a male is not tall, and when they are female and they are not tall. So this program is actually smart to make decisions, and hopefully you understand everything that went on here about if statement. If you do not understand it, you could just leave a comment in this video and I will clarify you more. So that's pretty much it. Hopefully you enjoyed this video. Do drop a like, comment to make us keep growing, and I hope I will see you in my next video. Bye and stay safe for now. Hello guys, and welcome back to the 14th part of this course. So in this one we'll be talking about if statement in comparison in Python. Instead of using booleans true or false, we could compare different numbers like numbers and strings and return if the comparison is matched. I know you might not understand this, but let me explain it again. Instead of just using true or false in Python, we used true, false over here, and we used true over here to check if they are male and if they are not. And instead of using only that, we could as well use numbers, we could use strings, and what we could use to compare this are what we call comparison operators. So we could use a comparison operators to check if two numbers are the same. So let's go ahead and start doing that. Open it over here. We want to open a new file and let's name this comparison operators. So down here, the first thing I want to tell you guys is we want to write a function here that will take three numbers as parameters and give us back the biggest number in the program. For example, I told you guys how to define the function. You use the def keyword def, then want to define max number. So I told you this function is gonna take three numbers as parameters, then it's gonna give us the biggest one. So we want to pass in three numbers over here as parameters, pass in num1, pass in num2, and want to pass in num3, and add a colon at the back. Don't forget that. So at the lower part of this, what we want to check is if num1, take note of what I'm doing, if num1 is greater than or equal to num2 and num3. So you need to calm down and look at this. If num1 is greater than num2, so let's put it there, and num1 is greater than num3. Take note. So let's say num1 was 2 and num2 was 5. So we want to check if 1 was greater than 5 or if 1 was greater than 6, then we want to do something. Hopefully you understand what's going on here. Now we want to return num1. So it's straightforward and easy. There's no biggie about it. Want to check if num1 is greater than or equal to num2 and num1 is greater than or equal to num3, then we are returning num1. Then want to copy this over here. Let's just copy this and make some duplicates. Want to make one over here, make one over here. So now want to check if num2 is greater than num1 and if num2 is greater than num3, then want to return num2. And finally, want to check if num3 is greater than num1 and if num3 is greater than num2, we want to return num what? Guess the num that we're going to return now. Let me give you a few seconds. Just guess the number we want to return. Okay, we're going to return num3. And hopefully you understand everything that's going on here. Else, or instead of just doing this, we could just come over here and say else we want to return num3 because that's only what's remaining. And if you take a look at the last video over here, we're not using if twice, we're using what is called elif. So instead of using if twice over here, we're going to use elif. Take note of that. That's really important. So we use elif. Is still the same thing as else, just like else if num2 is greater than num1 and num2 is greater than num3, return num2. So what do we do over here now? Let's go ahead and print or call the new function. So what we're gonna do is come over here, print max num. Sorry for that. We're gonna print max num, and let's pass in three numbers over here: 300, 111, and 1%7. So let's go ahead and print this, and guess what it's going to give us? Okay, sorry, we need to run this one over here, and it's going to give us 300. And why is it doing that? Because we want to check for the max number. And hopefully that's very straightforward, and it's really fun. It will help you check all the numbers and return the max number. Okay, let's see this one over here. I want to add more one to it, so it's gonna return 111 because this function helps us check the max number. And you could go ahead and rewrite this function, write a function that's gonna take three numbers and give the lowest number. And hopefully you know how to do that now. Crack your head about that. If you don't know how to do that, you could leave a comment in this video and I'll show you how to do that. So I want to show you guys some examples of comparison operators. Like this is greater than. Let me just type it down here. This is greater than, this is less than, this is greater than or equal to, greater than or equal to, this is less than or equal to, let me spell that right, or equal to. Then there's another one, this is not equal to, not equal to, and the last one, this is equal to. So I'm gonna show you guys how to work with almost all these right now. So let's go ahead and comment this out. Okay, so first one, greater than, less than, greater than or equal to, less than or equal to. That was what we worked with over here. Take note of that. So let me show you guys how to work with not equal to. So down here, let's say I want to define a variable, and let's name this animals, and I want to name this, and I want to set this to dog. So sorry, dog is an animal. And let's say I want to define another one. I don't know what to use. Let's say fruit, and let's set this to pineapple. Okay, there's supposed to be a double P over here. So I think I want to get rid of this code over here. This one, don't bother about this. You could just put 3 quotation marks over here and 3 quotation marks, and we comment this out. We're still gonna treat this in this class. So right now, I defined a variable and set this to dog. I defined a variable and set this to fruit. But how about I want to check if dog is equal to dog? Like if dog is an animal and it's equal to pineapple. So let's go ahead and check that. So we want to see if the variable animal is not equal to the variable fruit. Now we want to print they are not the same objects. Just print something like that. So let's go ahead and run this and see what we have. So it says they are not the same object. And why? Because animal, dog, is not the same thing as pineapple. But how I want to say if animal is equal to fruit, what should happen? Nothing, because animal is not equal to fruit over here. But how about we say something like fruit, and let's define another variable and say animal, and over here we still want to put dog. So if animal is equal to animal, they want to say they are of the same gender, something like that. Then when we print this, you get it, they are of the same gender, because dog is equal to dog. And hopefully you understand the way everything is going over here. And finally, let's do some again. We can say if 1 is equal to 2. Okay, let's just go ahead and do that so you understand. We can say if 2 is equal to 1, print if 2 is equal to 1, print, let's say hello, and see what goes on over here. So as you can see, nothing shows up, and that's because 2 is not equal to 1. If 2, okay, let's say if 2 is not equal to 1, print 2 is not equal, let me spell that right, is not equal to 1. So let's print this, and you see it says 2 is not equal to 1. But if 2 is not equal to 2, then there is definitely a problem here, because 2 is equal to 2. So what's going to go on? Let's print this, and we have nothing, and that's because 2 is not equal to 2. It's supposed to be 2 equal to 2. So when we print this, you should get 2 is equal to 2. 2 is equal to 2. So let's go ahead and print this. Now we have 2 is equal to 2. And that's pretty much it for if and comparison operators in Python. Hopefully you understood what I did here. But I know when I was starting out this, if and comparison operators was kind of difficult for me. But if it is for you right now, just drop a comment and I'll clarify whatever your problems are here. And that's pretty much it. Hopefully you enjoyed this video, and if you did, please do not forget to give this video a like and consider subscribing for more videos in the future. And I hope I will see you in the next one. Bye and stay safe for now. Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the 15th part of this course. So in this one we'll be building an advanced calculator here in Python, and this calculator will be able to do all the basic maths you ever need, like addition, subtraction, division and multiplication and all that. And in order to get started, first of all we need to define some variables and then use some if statements and all that. So let's get started. The first thing you want to do is come over here and create a new Python file. So right click and create a new Python file, and let's name this advanced underscore calculator. Okay, and hit enter on your keyboard. So down here, the first thing we want to do is define a variable num1. So this is the first number that the user is going to enter, for example 3 or 5. Then we're going to add another variable num2, which is going to be the number that the users want to work with. And let's just go ahead and start doing this so you will understand. So the first one is num1, and we want to add this as a float over here, and there should be an input in here. So this input should have a prompt of enter a number here, enter a number, and we want to duplicate this in 3 places. So this one over here is going to have an operator. So we're going to use an operator, and if you remember what I told you operators are in the last video, they are like plus sign, minus sign, divide and multiplication. So that's what an operator will be here. And we don't need to assign this to a float. We could just get rid of the float over here and want to get rid of one of the parentheses at the back. So this one over here is going to be num2, and float enter the second number. So this is pretty much all we need for the variables. And now we want to figure out what operator the user has imputed and know how to handle the request. E.g., if it's plus, we want to add up their first and their second number together, then we can give them whatever they got, and we can do this using if statements. So let's just go ahead and start doing this. So first of all, we want to check if the operator that the user assigned was equal to plus. So let's just open a string and let's put plus in here. So if it was equal to plus, then what we want to do, and there's a mistake over here, just take note of that. This is supposed to be an equal to, like a double sign equal to. Do not forget that. So if operator is equal to plus, what we want to do, we want to print num1 plus num2, num1 plus num2. So this is all we have to do over here. Now let's go ahead and run this and see if this is gonna work. Then we can continue with the other ones that we want to do. So over here it says enter a number, so we entered 1. It says enter the second number, and sorry, it's supposed to be enter an operator over here. So let's change the prompts to enter an operator. Let's rerun this, and after rerunning this, we'll get enter a number. So let's enter 5, enter an operator. Let's say we want to enter the plus sign, then enter a number 1. So when we hit enter, you see it gives us 6.0. So it's actually working. Let's go ahead and do the remaining ones. So here we want to check if the operator that the user entered was equal to the minus sign. So open a string and pass in the minus sign over there, end this off, and we want to print the same thing over here. Bring them over here, apart from the fact that the plus sign is going to change to minus. And we also want to do this exact same thing, so you could just copy it and paste again. Now we want to check if the operator that the user entered was equal to a divide sign, or let's just use the multiplication sign here. And the last one, if the operator was division sign. So we want to change this one over here to multiplication, which is asterisk. Then we want to change this one to the divide sign. Then I think we're pretty much done with this. The last thing we want to do is write an else statement, and what the else statement is going to do is print just invalid command. So if the user didn't enter a number and the user tried entering like a letter or something, then it's gonna print invalid command. Let's go ahead and run this and see what we got here now. So we run this, enter a number, we entered 5, enter an operator, we entered minus, enter another number, we enter 3, and it gives us 2.0. So this is working perfectly fine. When you add a number, then let's say want to times this by 5, which is going to give us 25. Okay, sorry, let's get rid of this one over here. Then we want to add 5 over here, which is going to give us 25. But over here it says invalid command. And why did it say that? So that's something I wanted to show you guys over here. We run this, we said enter a number 5, we entered asterisk, and we entered 5. Now it gave 25, but there was an issue. Let me show you guys what the issue was. I entered 5 over here, I came over here, added an asterisk, and there was a space. Take note of that. Then I added 5 again, so it's printed invalid command just because of the space. And if you enter 5 and it says enter an asterisk, and you enter some, like, let's say a percent sign, then enter the number, it's gonna say invalid command because of this stuff that will print that we assign to the else statement over here. So that's one really nice function. Hopefully you understand everything about the calculator, and if you didn't, or you want to clarify about something, you could drop a comment on this video and I will make sure to reply to your comments. And if you do enjoy this video, do make sure to give it a like and a thumbs up, and you might consider subscribing to stay updated with future videos. And I hope I'll see you in my next video. Bye and stay safe for now. Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the 16th part of this course. So in this one, I'll be talking to you guys about dictionaries in Python. So what are dictionaries? Dictionaries are structures in Python that enables us to store values in what are called key value pairs. The word dictionary is actually appropriate here because in a normal real life dictionary, there is a word and the definition, there is a word and the definition in the dictionary and details of that word. So let me explain what I'm trying to say here. Now, in a normal dictionary, the word is the key. Here in our Python dictionary, just take a deep breath. You should understand this. The word in a normal dictionary is the key. So let me just open up an empty file here on my screen and show you what I'm trying to say. Let's just open up a blank file and let's name this dic. Okay, so let's say we have a dictionary over here. Let's say we have a dictionary, don't mind my spelling, and we have a word, and this word would have its definitions. So in Python dictionary, the word is the key. Take note, I told you that dictionaries are structures in Python that enables us to store values in what are called key value pairs. So now in the Python dictionary, the word over here in the real world dictionary is key in Python. It means key in Python, and the definition that we usually get from the real dictionary that we use is what we know as a value here in the Python dictionary. And I know all this might not make sense to you, but in a minute I think it should. So let's just go ahead and start doing something really nice. First of all, you want to create a new file, and let's name this dictionary. So let's name this dictionary. Sorry for my spelling. Okay, and we have this now. So we want to create a program that will help us convert abbreviated month names to the complete month name. E.g., we want to convert Jan to January, and hopefully you understand that. So we're going to use we're going to make use of dictionary in Python to achieve this, because I think that's the best example that we could use. So first of all, we want to define a variable, and let's call this month conversions. Yeah, let's just call that month conversions. I want to set this to a dictionary. So this is how dictionary works in Python. Remember that if we want to set list in Python, we use square brackets. If we want to set tuples, can you remember what we use? Yeah, we use parentheses. Now if you want to set dictionaries in Python, you use curly brackets. So with the curly brackets, you tell the Python program that you want to create a dictionary. So with this, you're good to go and start creating a dictionary. First of all, it should have your key. So this is the key here, and the key is Jan. So Jan, now the value that I want to assign to the Jan is the full name, which is January, and hopefully you understand what's going on here. This is the key. this is the value. Just like in a real world dictionary, this is the word. Let's say this is the word programming, and this is the definition of programming. So that's how it works here. Now I'll just go ahead and do this for the 12 months. Let's just come over here and say FEBMAR APR May, then June, July, AUG, SEPT, OCT, then NOV, then DEC. So here too, we want to convert all these ones, so follow along as I'm doing it. We want to convert this to February, then also all this one want to convert this to March and April, and then May, June, July. Okay, sorry for that. July, August, that's my birth month. September, October, then November, and finally we have December. Okay, we could get rid of the comma that's in the last December, and everything should still work fine. Now this is pretty much what you need to do here. If you want to make your work look more neat, you could just space this out like this, so everything looks more matured and looks nice. So I just want to space this out so we know what we are doing. So with this, everything should still work fine and perfect. Now all dictionary keys must be special. If you notice this, all dictionary keys must be special, and after a key value and after a key and a value, there should be a comma that I added over here. Just take note of this. All the keys are special. Now if you can remember the keys, I told you that this ones over here are the keys, and I told you that this ones over here are the values. So let me take this back, and you could just make references to this anytime and know the ones that are the keys and the ones that are the values. These are the keys, these are the values. And one other thing, I said earlier that each key in Python is supposed to be specific. It's supposed to be special key. Like you don't want to repeat two keys in the same in the same dictionary file, because an error over here is gonna pop up. And let's go ahead and see what the error is showing us. It says dictionary contains duplicate key NOV, and I told you that earlier. Dictionaries cannot have the same keys. So let's say I want to add one to this, the error is gone. So make sure that your keys are different and special. So with this, let's go ahead and do some other things that we want to do, like building the modes conversion app that I talked to you guys about earlier here. Now to access a key in this dictionary, before we go ahead and start adding the functionality to this, let's first of all show you guys how to get information from dictionaries. Now to access a key from this information, what do? Let's run this, and nothing shows up here. So you could come over here and print month conversions, and you could pass in March, MAR, then run this. Now what do you get? So that's how all this works. You get March. So let's say I want to pass in DEC. Now you get December. You get the full word December. And let's say I want to pass in OCT. Now you get October. So with this method over here, you could actually build a real dictionary. For example, let's say I want to pass in I don't know what to pass in. Let's say I want to pass in programming. Then in here in the value, I want to say programming is a very cool field you'd really enjoy and have fun with. So yeah, let me show you guys what I'm trying to do here. When you run this, everything still runs fine. Now let's say I want to access the key programming. Now when I run this, take a look at what happens. It prints out the full word that's in a value. This is just like a dictionary. Now I want to know like what programming does, and now it says programming is very cool field you'd really enjoy and have fun with. So with this, you could go ahead and build your own basic mini apps that should like give you back informations when a particular key is passed in. So with this, now let me explain why dictionaries are not supposed to have the same key. Okay, for example, let's come over here and say we have programming again, and but this one has something different in it. Let's say something like programming is very difficult. Okay, let's just leave this over here now, and I want to get the value that's in programming. So if I run this now, there's definitely an error. And do you know what the error is? I have two programming keys. Now this Python app is confused on which to choose, so it's just automatically chose this one over here. Now this is going to be an issue, because how about you want to access this? How are you going to do that? You still have to pass in the programming key and it's going to get this. So this is going to be very, very confusing for you. And the first thing you want to do is just add in like programming difficulty, programming like a key. You can add programming difficulty. So when I run this now, it knows that the key programming is for this one. But when I say get programming underscore difficulty, then it says programming is very difficult. So hopefully you understand this. This is very fun. You could go ahead and write a very basic mini app with this that actually helps you get informations based on specific keys and like keywords that you put in there to find. And definitely you're going to be the one to build everything from scratch. Put in the key, put in the value, put in the key, put in the value, and you can show your friends this or teach it somewhere on YouTube or Instagram IGTV, and hopefully you should really get good with dictionaries in Python. And that was pretty much it for this video. Hopefully you did learn something new today, and I hope you drop a like on this video and do not forget to subscribe if you haven't already. And I hope I'll see you in the next video. Bye and stay safe for now. Hello guys, and welcome back to the 17th part of this course. So in this one, I'll be talking to you guys about while loop in Python. So what a while loop in Python? A while loop is a structure in Python that helps us to loop through and execute a block of code in multiple items. While loops would keep running provided a certain information is true, or let's say provided a certain information is met. An example, let's first of all create a new file over here, and let's name this while loop. And in here I want to define a variable, and let's call this variable I. So I want to define this variable I, and let's set it to 1. So before you make a while loop, it's not necessary you define a variable. You could just go ahead and do something like while true. You could go ahead and do something like while true, and it should perfectly work. And I know you might not understand this now, so I'll explain later in this video. So I say while I is equal to 1. Sorry, not while. I'm defining a variable I is equal to 1. So with this, I want to say while I is less than or equal to 10. So I want to check if 1, and remember I now is 1. So I want to check if 1 is less than or equal to 10. And after this, you want to add a column over here. Just take note of everything that we're doing. Then below it gets an indentation, just like when we did for the if statement or the function. It gets indented, meaning that all the code below this are going to be executed inside this while loop. So let's go ahead and continue writing the code. So I want to say print I. Okay, if I say print I, let's go ahead and print this and see what happens. So let's run this. And what it notice, it keeps printing 1, and it would keep doing this provided this condition over here is met. While I is less than 10, print 1. Let me explain what this means, but first of all, let me stop this code because it's gonna print forever. It's gonna keep printing. So I think I stopped it already. Let me see. Let me explain what this means. It says while 1 is less than or equal to 10, and that's true. 1 is less than 10. 10 cannot be less than 1. So now that 1 is less than 10, keep on printing 1. That's why it's kept on printing 1 over there. But now there's something I want to do. I want to say while 1 is less than 10, print I, and I want to increment it by 1. So you can say I is equal to I plus 1. I want to add 1 to I whenever this loops over and see that 1 is still less than 10. I want to add 1 to I. I know this might be kind of confusing, but let's just go ahead and run it. And if you don't still understand, I'll still explain the game in this video. So I want to print done with loop. Done with loop. Now let me explain this once more before we run this. I defined a variable here I and set this to 1, which means I is 1 now. Just get that back of your mind. Now I said while 1 is less than or equal to 10, which is true. 1 is less than 10 and 1 is not equal to 10. Take note of that. I said keep printing I while 1 is less than 10. Now I don't want it to keep printing 1 forever and ever. That's why I now set this and said I plus 1 whenever it prints I. So it would print I, come back over here, check if 1 is still less than 10, print I again, add 1 to it, come back again, check if I is still less than 10, and let's say I is 3 now because remember it's adding 1 over here. Then it will keep doing this till it adds 1 till it gets to 10. So when it comes back and check and see that I, which is now 10, is equal to 10, it will stop. So let's run our code. And as you can see, it did every same thing that I told you. It first of all came to the first one, ran this, added 1 to it, you gave us 2, went back, saw that 2 is still less than 10, ran it again, added 1, gave us 3, went back again and saw that 3 is still less than 10, added 1 to it, 4. It kept doing this till it came to 9, went back, saw that 9 is less than 10, it added 1, it became 10, it went back, saw that 10 is less than or equal to 10. Take note of this equal to here, it still works. So now 10 is equal to 10. Then I want to stop it here. Take note of that. Now I printed done with loop, so that's it over here. That's basically it for while loop. There's no biggie about it. It's just keep executing a block of code in multiple items while a condition is met. So while this condition over here was met, 1 is less than 10, it kept printing this. And remember what happened when this wasn't here? If you can remember, it kept printing infinite 1, and it will print this for forever and ever. And let's say you want to add something like 10 over here, and let's run this, it will keep printing. Let's run this again. Okay, 100 is not less than, let's say 1000. Now when we run this, it keep printing 100 up to 10,000. So that's pretty much it for while loop, and hopefully you understood something. And if you did, please drop a like on this video and consider subscribing if you haven't. And I hope I'll see you in the next video. Bye and stay safe for now. Hello guys, and welcome back to the 18th part of this course. And if you're still following along with this course, I want to congratulate you because you have really gone a far way by coming over to the 18th part of this course. So in this one, we'll be building a guessing game. So the basic idea of this game is that we will need to specify a secret word, and it would allow the user play around with the game and try guessing the word while tapping different responses and all that until they get the secret word. Until they get the secret word, they won't be given like the answer. And we're gonna add more logic to this game, like giving trials. Maybe you have just 3 trials to do this, and after your 3 trials, then your time is exhausted and all this kind of stuff. So let's just go ahead and get started. First of all, I want to create a new file, and let's create the file and name this guessing game. Let's name this guessing game. Sorry for that. Guessing game. Okay, and guessing game, we want to define a variable secret word. So this is going to hold the secret word that we want to use. Okay, yeah, let's use academy. That's better, and it's kind of guessable. Okay, so now we want to add a variable, and this should be guess, and this is an empty string. So this is where all the failed guesses of the user is going to be coming into, and when we proceed you're going to understand what that's going to do. So let's define a while loop. I want to say while guess. Definitely we're going to use a while loop here because we have to loop over and see if the user has gotten the answer and know when to break the program and all that. So we want to say while guess is not equal to academy. Okay, there's a logic here that might get you confusing. You know that this guess over here, it might be something like, let's say, a mouse. That, let's say this is an example of the user's guess. The first guess was a mouse. Now mouse is not equal to academy, so that's not the answer. But had it been this was academy that the user guessed, now academy is equal to academy. Now we are saying while guess is not equal to academy, any guess that it's not equal to academy, then we want to do something. We want to say guess is equal to input. So we define the new variable, then we said enter your guess. So with this, we want to print u1, and let's go ahead and see what's going to happen. Let's come out here and print, sorry for that, let's print u1. Now let's run this and see what we have. Oh my god, we're still running the code from the last tutorial. Okay, now it says enter a guest. Now let's enter friend. Enter a guest. Let's enter trend. Enter a guest key. Enter a guest blah blah. Enter a guest blah blah. Then let's enter academy. Now it says you won. So you get the logic, right? Provided your guess is not equal to the secret word over here, you are gonna keep failing. Okay, let's use your name for example. Let's say Karen is your name, and we want to rerun this, and it says enter a guess, and I say Destiny. Enter a guess. Oh, I guess it's gonna be desphixs. I am very sure this is, and it wasn't it. Then you entered Karen, and it wasn't it. And why is that? So we changed the name to Karen, the secret word to Karen. Now we still have to come over here and change this to Karen. Okay, let's say this was still in academy, and we come over here and added the guess academy. It says you won, but had it been we left this as Karen, and now let's rerun this and put in Karen. Now it says you won because Karen is equal to this. Now you won. So let's go ahead and add more logic to this. Now we want to create like a program that will give 3 trials, just 3 trials. That's like 3 guess trials, or you fail. After if you take a look at what's going on here, when we enter a word, we keep entering words and entering words and entering words, all this till we get the right one. So there's like an infinite loop, like an infinite trial for us to use to get the word, but we want to like give a limit to this, and let's go ahead and start doing that. Okay, now in the while loop we want to define a variable. Outside the while loop we want to define a variable, and let's call this guess underscore count. I want to set this to 0. So in the loop now we want to set guess underscore count should be plus equals 1. So we're gonna keep track of the guess trials with the guess count. Let's just go ahead and do this, and I'll explain everything when I'm done. So we also want to define a variable, and let's name this guess underscore limit. I want to set this to 3. You can set it to whatever you want, and we want to define the last one, which is out of guesses, and let's set this to false. So right now the user isn't out of guesses, but I know what I'm doing this is to track the guess limit, this is to track the guess limit, this is to track the guess count. Take note of that. So let's go ahead and make the functionality more strong. So I want to get rid of all this here, and let's say while, take note, it's still the same code, but I just want to rewrite it from beginning. While guess is not equal to the secret word, which is this one over here, and take note it's Karen. So while guess is not equal to the secret word and not out of guesses. So if you could just take a close look at this, you should understand what's going on. So while this is not equal to the secret word and not out of guesses, so maybe the player is out of guesses, we still want to check for that before they continue playing the game again. We want to check if this is not equal to the word, which will make them fail, or if they are out of guesses. Take note of those. So in here I want to say if guess count is less than guess limit. So here, what is our guess count? 0. What is our guess limit? 3. So we want to say if 0 is less than 3, then what do we want to do? We want to define the variable guess and impute a prompt to it. So let's go ahead and start doing that now. In here we want to guess is equal to input, then want to enter guess here. So want to give it a prompt, and hopefully you know what this is doing. If guess underscore count is less than guess limit, guess count is 0, guess limit is 3. So that means they haven't used any of their guesses. But had it been guess count is 3, out of guess limit is 3, that means they have used all their guesses. But right now they haven't used their guesses, so we want to go ahead and show them this. Enter a guess here, and after that we want to increment the guess count with 1. After they have entered the first guess, want to increment this with 1. Else we want to say out of guesses should become true. And finally, outside the loop, we could say something like if out of guesses, print out of guesses, you lose, and else print you win. So outside here we could say if out of guesses, print out, you are out of guesses and you lose. Else want to print you won. Definitely the one, since they are not out of guesses, you won. So I know there's a whole bunch of code over here. I just hope everything works fine, and if you don't understand this, take your time, feel free to just go back and watch the video again. And if you're having problems somewhere, just drop a comment on this video and I'll definitely reply your comments. So let's go ahead and run this and see what we have. Now it says enter a guess here, and I want to enter computer, and it says enter guess here, and I want to enter ink, then I enter a guess. I want to say goat. Now it says you're out of guesses and you lose, because I have only 3 trials. Let's say I want to change my trials to 6. So with 6, I run this again. I want to enter Tim, John, Karen. It says you won, and that's because I entered the right word over here, Karen. Now it ends the program and says you run. But had it been my guess limit is 6, I have like 6 limits to go and keep testing. I can say laptop, I can say guess, I can say desphixs, Tim, John, PR, and now it says you're out of guesses, you lose. So it's all left to you. Whatever you want to use as your guess limit, you can increase it, you can leave it below. So that's pretty much it. You can now go ahead and build a replica of these and show it to your friends, show off with it. And you can also teach this on YouTube, Instagram, wherever that it feels suitable to you. And that's pretty much it. I hope you learned something new, and if you did, do not forget to drop a like on this video and consider subscribing if you haven't. And I hope I'll see you in my next video. Bye and stay safe for now. Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the 19th part of this course. So in this one I'll be talking to you guys about for loops in Python. And what is for loop? This is a special type of loop in Python that helps us loop over a collection of items. We use for loops to loop through an array, letters, strings, and pretty much anything in Python. You can loop over them with a for loop. Now let's show an example of what you could do with for loop. Create a new file and let's name this for loop. Okay, in here I want to say for letter N, then I want to pass in, let's say, desphixs academy, desphixs academy. For letter in letter, I want to print letter. As easy as that. I want to print letter. Sorry for that. Letter. So when I run this, take note of what happens. When I run this now, it would print out all the letters that are in desphixs academy, one after the other. And how is it doing this? The letter changes on each iteration of the loop. Now, for letter in desphixs academy, print letter. So it would first of all come to the beginning, assign letter, the variable letter, to D, print it out, go again, assign the variable letter to E, print it out, go again, assign it to S, print it out. So this is what it did. It's printed out everything that's over here. Okay, for the second example, let's use a list for this. Maybe you don't understand this, but with time all this should get clear to you. So let's define the lists, and let's put in some friends in here. I want to put in team Karen. I like the name Karen a lot, and I want to put in my brother's name, Gift. So I want to put, say, for friend, for a friend, just one single friend in the whole friends list. Then I want to print friend. Now when we run this, it should manually print in all the friends one after the other. So it goes in, check for a friend, for the first friend that's there, and its team. Then it prints, then it just prints him out. Then the friend goes into the array again, gets the second friend, which is Karen, prints her out, then get the third one, which is Gift, print him out, and all that. It's very easy working with for loops in Python. And we can give variable any name. Take note of that. We can give this variable any name. For example, we could just say, like, for Python, we could say something like, for Python in friends, print Python, and when we run this, it still does exactly the same thing. So we can give this here just any name you want. It's not necessary what you want to give as the name. Now let's look at our third example here. Let's get rid of this. Look at our third example for index in range of 10. So now one loop through a number. We want to say for index in the range of 10, then want to print 10. Now let me show you guys what happens over here. See, it keeps printing 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, and all that. And that's because it's print 10 in the range of 10, print 10. It will definitely keep printing 10 and 10 and 10 like this. And this might be a bit confusing. I don't really know the simplest language I can use to explain it to you, but if you find difficulties working with for loop, then just drop a comment on this video. I could even recommend some better videos that are good than mine for you to brushing up on for loop and all that. And we could also check for one more example, and let's say for index okay, let's say for index in range of 3 and 10. So now we're passing in two numbers, then we want to print index, and see, it says 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. They didn't notice anything. It didn't print 1, 2, and it didn't print 10. So it just started from 3 and before 10. Hopefully you understand. Started from 3 and ended before 10. Now let's take the fourth example, and the fourth example is for index in range, and let's pass 5 into this, and want to say if index is equal to 0, then we want to print first iteration. So first iteration. Now let's run this, and it says first iteration. Now here I want to say else print not first iteration. So I want to say print not first iteration. Now let's run this, and you see first iteration, it has done it, and other ones are not first iteration and all that. So what this does is, if index is equal to 0, now it went to the first iteration of the range of 5, printed its first iteration, then the remaining ones over here were not the first iteration, the remaining 4, so it printed them as not first iteration. Trust me, when I started with for loops, it was kind of difficult for me, and I know how it might be for you right now. So don't freak out about anything, just calm down. Whatever you don't understand, you can hit me up on Instagram, WhatsApp, whatever. I'm there, and ask your questions and I'll be there to answer you. So I think that's it for the examples in for loop, and that's pretty much it. Hopefully you understood something, but if you didn't, don't forget to drop a comment on this video and I'll clarify everything that you didn't. Hopefully you have subscribed, and if you have done that, I love you. Bye, and see you in my next video. Hello guys, my name is Destiny and welcome back to the 20th part of this course. So in this one we'll be talking about exponent functions in Python. So what are exponent functions? Now exponent function is going to allow you to take a certain number and raise it to the power of a specific number. This course is going to be very short and precise because exponent functions in Python, they are like very easy. So just create a new file and let's name this exponent function. And in here that want to print, let's print 2, then double star and 3. So when we run this, okay, sorry, I'm running this. Now you get 8. So what this does, it raises to the cube of a number, and we are raising it 3 times. It's just like saying 2 cube 3. You could also say something like this: 2 cube 3. They are just the same thing, but this is what exponent functions are, raising to the power of a number with a specific number. And more complex exponent functions can be like this. Let's get rid of this and let's say define raise to power. We can say define raise to power and want to pass in base num as a parameter. You want to pass in, then want to pass in the pow num. So this is going to be the base num, for example, like 2, then the pow num, the one we're raising it up to. And let's add a column here at the back. Note, we do not know what the pow num would be doing right now. That is, we do not know if it will be squaring the number or cubing the number. So we have to use a for loop to write that. And in order to do that, I want to set result to 1 and use a for loop. So we could just say for index in range of pownum, then wanna use the result variable, set it to result times pownum. Okay, I'm gonna explain this. Let me just type out the codes first and I want to explain what's going on here. Then we want to return result. And you all know how we did this in the last one. Here we want to print the raise to power function, then want to pass in 2 numbers, 3 and 4. Then when you run this, you see it gives you 256. Let's say 3 and 3. Okay, 27. Yeah, it's totally working fine. And that's pretty much it for exponent functions. They are just very easy in Python. There's nothing to worry much about it. So if you do learn something new in this video, do make sure to give this video a like, subscribe, and I hope I'll see you in the next video. Bye and stay safe for now. Hello guys, and welcome back to the 21st part of this course. So in this one I'll be talking to you guys about 2D and nested loops in Python. So let's just go ahead and start writing some codes down here for 2D list and nested loops. So I want to get rid of all this and let's just create a new file over here and let's name that 2D lists. Okay, let's name this 2D list. Okay, and you might be like, what's the meaning of 2D? So 2D actually means 2-dimensional list. So 2D means 2-dimensional, and what this means is like having a list in a list. So let's go ahead and do something. First of all, I want to define a variable and let's name this number grid. So I'm going to set this to a list, and this is the way we make normal list in Python. 1 2 3 4, and let's just have the last number here, 5. So as we all know, this is a normal list over here, but we want to create a list that's inside the list. So we want to create a list that's in the list. I know it's kind of confusing, but maybe you should just know what that would be after we are done. So let's go ahead and do that. Now I created a variable number grid, number underscore grid, and I set this into a list. So in this list, I want to create another list just like this. Then I want to put in some numbers over here, some numbers just like this. And let me just space this out so everything looks nice. Okay, so everything is looking good now. So in this list, in this first list over here, now I have the second first list in it. In this first list, I have another list in it, and this is the first one. So I can go ahead and do things like, okay, let's say I want to get rid of this numbers and just leave this. So I could go ahead and duplicate this in 3 places. Okay, let's say 4 places. Then I want to replace the numbers in them. This is going to be 5. Okay, let's just get rid of everything here. Open up a new list. Then we should say 5, 6, and 7. And we want to duplicate this again. So duplicate again. Then this is going to be 8, 9, 8. Okay, sorry, I missed the number over here. I missed 4 and 5 and 6, and there should be 7, 8, and 9. Then the final one, which is 0, we could just leave it just like this. So now we know that this is a list in a list. So it's just like a 2D list, a 2-dimensional list. So in order to access an item in the list, we have to do something. That's accessing one item in the array. We have to do something, and that's as easy as coming over here and saying print. And how do we access like a particular number? Now we call the variable number grid. First of all, we want to access a number from their index. So this is the first index over here. So this is the first index, this is the second index, and this is the third index. So in the first index, which is 0, we want to access a number again, or let's say an information or something. So let's say I want to access the first index in the first. Okay, I know this might be confusing. Just calm down and understand this now. So this 0 over here means that it's the first index. If you remember what I told you guys about indexes, this is the 0, this one over here is 1, this one over here is 2, and hopefully you still remember this. Then counting from here, this is 0, this is 1. Okay, let's take this back a bit. This is 1 and this is 2. So now you might understand. Everything here is in the index number of 0. This is in the index number of 1. So let's go ahead and print this and see what we have right now. And we should have 2 because we are printing the index of 0 and 1, and it's 2 over here. Had even we are printing the index of 1 and 1, we're gonna access 5. So let's go ahead and do that. Index of 1 and 1, and we're gonna see 5. So hopefully you understood this. It's very easy. Now what's a nested loops? Like a nested loop is like a for loop in a for loop. And hopefully that's clear. It's a for loop in a for loop. So let me go ahead and show you guys what that is. So down here, I want to say for row in number grid. Sorry, for row in number grid. And there should be a semicolon at the back. I want to say for col in row. Don't worry, I'm going to explain all this. Then print col. So let's go ahead and run this. And as you can see, it's printed everything over here. 1, 2, take notes. This one showed me here. Let me just comment this out. Okay, and let's run this again. So it's printed 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And if I should explain what this did over here, we say it for row in number grid. And what is the row in number grid? Okay, let's say this is a row, and let's say this one over here is column. The straight one over here is column. So I said for row in column, for row in number grid. So I want to access this row over here, all the rows in number grid. Okay, let's say these are the rows in number grid. So I want to access all these rows here in number grid, and for column in row, that's for all the columns in the row, then I want to print all the columns. So if you understand what I'm trying to explain, then these are all the data that are in the columns. Like, these are the items in all the columns of the row. And let me go ahead and explain this again, and maybe you would understand. I said for row in number grid, so I want to get the rows that are in number grid, and these are the rows: the first list, the second list or the second row, the third one, and the fourth one. Then I said I want to get all the columns that are in the row that are in the number grid, and hopefully you understand. And these are all the columns. Then I printed column and get all the items that are in all the columns in number grid, and hopefully you understand what I'm trying to explain. I don't know if that was clear to you, but if it wasn't, you could just leave a comment on this video and I'll make sure to explain it clearer, and maybe you would understand from that. So that was pretty much it for this video, guys, and hopefully you enjoyed this. And if you did, make sure to drop a like and comment on this video, and consider subscribing if you haven't, as it will mean the world to me. And I hope I'll see you in the next video. Bye and stay safe for now. Hello guys, and welcome back to the 22nd part of this course. So in this one, I'll be showing you guys how to build a word translator in Python. So what's this word translator gonna do for us? It's gonna take a word, like whatever we're gonna give it, or a phrase or whatever, then it will translate it to a particular language. And take note, the language that we're gonna be translating this to is gonna be our language. So it's a language that I invented, yeah. And let's just go ahead and start doing this. So I want to create a new file over here, and let's name this word translator. Word translator. Okay, the first thing I want to do is this translator would like change the instance of all the vowels to F in our language. Okay, let's just give it a name. Let's say it's okay, Fiedo language. Yeah, let's just call that, because it's gonna change all the vowels in our language to F, and it's the Fiedo language, just like there is an English language and there's a Spanish and all that. So it's gonna change all the vowels in the language to F. Let's go ahead and start doing this. And let's say we wanna like define a variable, desphixs. Okay, but before I do this, let me show you guys an example. This is desphixs over here. This is desphixs, and to our language, this is gonna be words now. If you can remember what I told you earlier, I said it's gonna change all the vowels to F. Now D isn't a vowel, it's a consonant, and E is a vowel, so it changes to F. S is a consonant, so it will remain the way it is. P, H, F is a vowel, so it will change XS. So this is how our language is gonna work. So it will change all the vowels to F in our language. So I hope you'd enjoy this. Let's just go ahead and start doing something. So I want to define a function, and let's call this translator. And in here I want to pass in phrase. So you could just follow along and let's do this together. So I want to call translation, like it's a variable translation, and let's set this to an empty string. So this is an empty string now. So what we want to do is like basically loop through all the letters in the phrase. If it's a vowel, we want to change it to F. If not, we just leave it and go ahead and continue looking for vowels in all the letters. So let's just go ahead and keep writing the code. Now we want to say for letter in phrase. Okay, for letter in phrase, and we want to say if letter in A-E-I-O-U, which is A-E-I-O-U, that the vowels in English language. I want to use the small letter again, A-E-I-O-U. So I'll explain all this. Let's just go ahead and keep writing all the codes down. So if letter in A-E-I-O-U, then what do we want to do? Now we want to call translation, and we want to say translation, sorry for that, translation plus letter F, like this. Or we could just use a small letter. Let's just use that one over there. Now with this, we want to give an else. It should do what? It should put in translation should be equal to translation Yeah, it should be translation plus letter. Yeah, so translation plus letter. And finally we want to return translation, so let's go ahead and return translation. And finally we want to print translator, which is the function over here. We want to print translator and input, then enter a number, enter a word. Here, let's just say a word, because it's actually a word translator. So we enter the word, and there's a whole lot of code over here. I hope there is no error, but if there are errors, we just go ahead and debug them. So let's run this now, and it says enter a word. So I want to enter desphixs, and as you can see, it changes all the vowel to F, just like what we did earlier with the example I showed you. It's changed all the vowels to F. So let me go ahead and put another word, then I'll explain what this code over here is doing, what each line of code is doing. So let's put a complex word like to be or not to be. Then we run this, and as you can see, it's changed all the vowels to F. And hopefully this was really interesting. Let's go ahead and explain what all this code here is going to do. We'll first of all define a function translator, then we'll pass in a parameter phrase in there, then we made a variable and set it to an empty string. So this empty string over here is going to house whatever word we want to put into the word translator. So this empty string over here is going to accept whatever word we want to put into the word translator, and hopefully you understand that. Now we use the for loop, then we say for all the whole letters that would be in the phrase that we're going to be passing in. So we say for all the letters that will be in the phrase. For example, let's say this is desphixs over here, then we want to check for all the letters that will be in desphixs, so it will go ahead and loop through the letters one by one and get the vowel letters over there. Then let me show you the code, the line that was going to do that. So I said for letter in phrase, and I said if letter in A, E, I, O, U, or the smaller letter. So what I actually did here, check if any of this is in the letter that's gonna be passed into the phrase. Just calm down, you should understand this. So I said if any of this over here is gonna be here, for example, there is E over here and there's E over here, then what did I say? I said translation, which is this empty string over here, should be equal to translation plus F. So it's gonna get the letter, then add F wherever it sees any word or any letter that's in here. Okay, I know this might be like much to take in at once, but if you don't understand, you could just go back, watch the video a couple times, and this should get to you. And what I did here was say else. I printed translation should be equal to translation plus letter. That means you could just leave it alone, don't do anything. Then I returned translation. I showed you guys how to work with return in the return statement video that we did last. Then over here I just did a very simple thing. I printed translator, which was the function, then called input, which we have also treated and passed in a prompt that should help us identify what to do. Hopefully you understood everything I said here, and if it's much to take in, you could just pause the video, take a deep breath, go back to the video, watch it again, watch it a couple of times, and it should get to you. It should really get stuck in you. So let's go ahead and run this for the last time, and let's say we want to put in another word, and let's say that word is going to be desphixs academy, and let's run this. Now it says desphixs blah blah blah. Okay guys, there's one more thing that we should do here. In the program, whenever the word translator says a capital letter vowel, it automatically changes it to a small letter. Let me go ahead and show you guys what I mean. Now I should say cat, and all these are in a capital letter. So let's run this. Now, do you notice anything? The C is in a capital letter, the T is in a capital letter, but A now become a small letter. Now it's a small letter, whereas here it's in capital letter. So what's the problem? We need to use a function called .lower, and I showed you guys in the earlier video. So what we need to do over here is come and get rid of this. We should get rid of the capital letters. Okay guys, let's go ahead and check this now. So this was what I did. I just added .lower to the vowel sounds over here, to the vowel letters over here. I added this to it, and I got rid of the capital letter vowels and just retained the small letter over here, and I added the .lower function. Now let's go ahead and run this again, and as you can see, when I put in cat, everything now stays in capital letter, and when I put in something like to be or to be not, to be or to be not, everything remains in capital letter. Okay guys, that's pretty much it. Hopefully you learned how to do something new today in Python, and if you did, do not forget to drop a like on this video and a comment, and do not forget to subscribe if you haven't done already, and I hope I'll see you in the next video. Bye and stay safe for now. Hello guys, and welcome back to the 23rd part of this course. So in this one we'll be talking about comments. And what are comments in Python? Now, comments allows us to write codes that wouldn't be executed in our programs, and comments basically helps us and others reading our code know how to navigate themselves while reading our code. It helps clarify what a code does in our code and all that. So let me go ahead and show you guys an example of comments. And if you notice, we have been using comments throughout these videos, but I told you guys that we're gonna treat that in this course, and this is it over here. So create a new file and let's name this comments. Now let's say I want to write something, and I said print hello, my name is Destiny. So I said hello, my name is Destiny, and when I run this, it says hello, my name is Destiny. But how about I come over here and at the top I say something like print you are a bad coder. Okay, let's just use that, and when I run this, others are gonna see you are a bad coder, hello, my name is Destiny. But what if I want to see what my code is gonna look like without this line of code? What do? That's when comments are introduced. I can come over here and comment out this line of code, and it wouldn't be executed, just like what I told you guys earlier in this video. Comments don't get executed in our program. So when I run this now, take note of what happens. Now this is out of the line with just one letter over here, hash, and it doesn't actually get rid of it, it's just comments it out. So now it leaves only this one, hello, my name is Destiny. And we could just go ahead and use comments to do really fun things, and single comments just allows you to make one line comment, while triple quotes makes multi comments for you. So let's go ahead and practicalize it with triple quotes. Okay, single line comments is for hash. Why? We want to type down a lot of things. Okay, let's just put down a bunch of word over here, and let me grab this and put this down here. So let's say we have all this text here, and these are just garbage, and let's say we have all this text here, but we don't want them to get executed in our code, or maybe it's gonna throw an error when we run it. What do we want to do? We want to comment it out, and if you remember what I told you, you could just use hash at the front of each and every one of them, but this should be really stressful. Let's say you have over 1,000 line of code like this that you want to comment out. For example, something like this, you would love to come over here and start putting hash at the front of each and every one of them. That's really going to be stressful. So what do you want to do? You want to come over here and make triple quotation marks, triple quotes, just like that. Then let's say I want to grab all this word over here and want to put them in there, and let's see. Okay, this is really long. Grab all this, then let's put them in here. So okay, as you can see, this is how to make more than one line of comments, and with just 3 quotes you have really gotten something rolling. You can make more than one comment with this triple quotes. So that's pretty much it for comments in Python. This course was supposed to be a pretty short one, and hopefully you learned something new in Python. And if you did, do not forget to give this video a like and consider subscribing if you haven't already, as it would mean the world to me. And I hope I'll see you in my next video. Bye. Hello guys, and welcome back to the 24th part of this course. I want to be talking to you guys about try except in Python. So most of the times when we're writing codes out in any programming language, we do encounter errors, and it's a normal thing that's supposed to happen. We should encounter errors and we have to debug them, and this is where try except comes to play. So this is about catching errors and handling them while programming in Python. So try except can be really handy when we are working making an app or programming something out in any programming language. So let's just go ahead and show you guys how to use this in Python. So the first thing I want to do is create a new file over here. Let's create a new file and let's name that try except. And let's say I want to define a variable number, and I want to set this to an integer, and this integer is going to have an input that should say enter a number here. So this integer would have an input that would say enter a number. So I have a variable, and this variable has a function integer, and this has an input which has a prompt of enter a number here. So let's say I want to print the number that the user enters, and let's run this and see what we have. So I run this. Now it shows enter a number here. I enter 5 and it prints 5. As easy as that. When we run this now, everything works fine. But how about we want to use a letter here? They should definitely throw an error. But when writing like real life apps or programs, you don't want your app to get broken down just because of a single error or something like that. Let's say you're trying to open up your app in a phone or in a live website, and it's not opening up just because of one error. Maybe in a place that you were supposed to put a number, the user mistakenly put a letter and your app breaks down totally. So you don't want that to happen, and that's where try except comes to play in error handling. So we run this again, we enter the number 5 and it works. We run it again, we enter a letter H. Now it throws an error. It says invalid relation for integer with base 10H. So let's refresh this. Now, to tell the user to put the valid input, we have to use try down here. Let's say try. We have to use this function try. Now we're going to say number is equal to this over here. So we could just grab this and let's put them over here. So we said try number. So it's first of all going to prompt this to the user, and after this, what we want now, we want to use an print number, the same thing that we did over there. Let's just print number and except. What do we want to do? We want to print invalid input or something like that. So let's say invalid input. Now let's run this and show you guys what this code over here is gonna do. So I run this, I get enter a number, I enter I enter 1, it prints the number, everybody's happy. But how about I try to put like a letter J? Now you notice what it says. It says invalid input. So it didn't throw an error again, just like the way it did in the last try, where it's threw an integer literal error. So now let's say there's a real program. Your app will not have to throw some bunch of errors to the user, and you all know definitely that the users ain't gonna recognize that. So what you have to do is use try except to catch specific errors. Instead of it to break down, it tells the user invalid input. Then the user would know the exact error that they are encountering. Then they would want to go back and know the right input to put, which is a number. And when you run this, everything runs fine. And we don't only want to handle invalid inputs. And there's one more thing I want to show you guys. When we run this now, we see that when we hit enter, it just shows invalid input, and we didn't even enter anything. So that doesn't really make sense. We want to say something like enter a number when nothing is entered and all that. So that's when try except like really comes in handy. You could go ahead and do all that, add like input a number when there's nothing over there. So that was pretty much it for try except, guys, and hopefully you learned something new, very basic, that would help you catch simple errors instead of breaking down your programs in Python. And if you did, do not forget to give this video a thumbs up and consider subscribing, as it will mean the world to us. And in no time, we'll see you in the next video. Bye. What's up, guys? Welcome back to the 25th part of this course. So in this one, I'll be talking to you guys about reading files in Python. So a lot of time we would want to read file outside of our Python file, and we can do that using Python read file. So for example, let's go ahead and create a blank text file. Create a new blank text file. This is it over here, and let's just name this employees. Yeah. And in here, I want to define some like name of employees and assign them to a position. For example, let's say I want to define this employee team. He recently got employed in our company, and let's say he's the manager. And let's say we have Henry, and Henry is a salesperson. And let's say we have Karen, and she's in the accounting section, or let's say she's in the business. And finally, let's just get someone else. Okay, let's say I have myself there, and I'm a salesperson too. Okay, so how about I want to read this file over here in a Python file? Let's go ahead and create a new Python file, and let's name this. What should we name this? Let's name this reading. Let's name this reading underscore files and hit enter. So reading underscore files. First of all, if we want to read this file that's over here in our Python file here, what do we do? We want to say open, and the open function allows us open a text file from another part, or let's say from another directory, but it's in the same Python project. Like, it will help us open up, let's see, where is it, employees. Okay, this is over here. It will help us open up this employees in this reading file. So let's just go ahead and do it. Maybe you understand what we're trying to do here. So we want to say open, and we want to call it employees. So employees. And what else do we want to do? We want to assign, like, I don't know what's the right word to use for that. Okay, let's just call it like a function. Let's just call it a function. So R over here simply means read only. So this would allow you to just read only. You can do anything to it. You can just read it only. And W over here would allow you to write. A would allow you to append informations. Maybe let's say append a new worker or a new employee to the employees list and all that. And there's another one called RT. It simply helps you read and write. So first of all, I want to go with R over here. So with R, which is read only, and let's set the file inside of a variable. Let's set this file inside of a variable. So let's just define a variable, and let's call this employee, and we want to set it employees, and we want to set it to this over here, to this, and let's get rid of the space at the top. Okay, so we created a new variable. We set it to this open employee blah blah blah. So what's the next thing we want to do? Or we could just name this employee underscore file, so we wouldn't get confused. So from here, what's the next thing we want to do? And note, before you go ahead and start doing anything, you want to close any file that's opened in Python. So make sure you close like this. Then any code you want to write is gonna be in between here, and hopefully you understand that. So if you want to check if a file is readable, how do you do that? You print, because if a file is readable or writable, you have to know like the right format a file is in. Okay, I got the right keyword we're supposed to use for this. There's a format here. We're going to use a read format, a write format here. So before you know what to do with a particular file, you want to know the formats that the file is in. So you want to know if it's a readable file, it's a writable file, read a writable file, or if it's an append info file. So let's go ahead and check the kind of file that this is. So to do that, you want to print employee underscore file dot readable, just like that. And when we run this, okay, let's come over here and run this, and as you can see, it says true. which means it's readable. How about this is in write? What should happen? Then it would say false because it's not readable. Or how about it's in A? It will say false because it's not readable. But when it's in R, when the format is readable, it says true. So this line over here helps us check if our file is readable. So you can just write down in your notes, and let's get rid of it. So the next one we want to do is read a file. So to read a file, how we do that is come over here and print employee underscore file dot read, just like that. Then when we run this, as you can see, it does nothing over here. And why is that so? That's because of one thing. Okay guys, you want to read file, then if you want to read a file, then you use one simple single line of code, and that's print, and you want to say employee.file dot read. And when you run this, it should read all the files that's in here. Now take note of something. You might run this and yours won't be running. All you have to do is come over here and undo this, because when we used the write statement, it's actually, I think it's actually clears this. Yes, when we use the write statement, it clears the employee file. So all you have to do is come over here and undo this. Take note of that, and you have to change this back to the read format so you actually be able to read this over here. So how about we want to read like individual lines in the file? Like all we want to read is just this first line over here, then the second one, then the third one. How do we do that? Then we use a function called read line. So we just say read line, and when we run this, as you can see, it gets all of the first manager. And if you want to read multiple lines, it's as easy as duplicating this, and you can read multiple lines. So as you can see, it's read the first one, read the second one, and now it's read the third one. And if you make more of this, it should definitely read all the lines in the file. So that's it for reading multiple lines and reading one single line. But you know, like reading lines like this, it's kind of stressful, like reading all this one after the other. You could use a function called read lines, not line. And when you run this, it will read all the line into a list, or yeah, it will read all the line into a list. So as you can see, this list contains the first item in it, which is the team and is a manager. The second one contains Henry, is a salesperson. And if you remember what \n means, it means they are adding a new line to this, because actually over here all these are in new lines. So that's why the /n it's over here. So read lines assigns all that to a new line. But let's say you want to read like a particular line from the list, from this list over here. You want to read a particular line. How do you do that? First of all, you want to come over here and open up a square bracket, and let's say I want to pass in 1. Now it's going to read Henry the salesperson. So when we run this, you see it reads Henry the salesperson. You can read the last one, which is 3, I think. Then it will read me the salesperson. So that's how to read like all the lines to a list. And you could list and you could read like individual items from the list using read lines and calling the index over here. So we can also use a loop in Python file. Like in reading Python file, we can also use a loop like to print out individual lines from the list. So let's get rid of this and go ahead and do that. So we could say something like for employee, yeah, let's say for employee in employee underscore file, employee dot file dot read lines, and want to add a colon, semicolon at the back of that. Then here I want to say print employee. So when we run this, as you can see, it goes ahead and prints all the lines for us. So it reads through all these lines over here, and it prints this out. The first one, team manager. The second one, Henry salesperson, Karen business, then Destiny salesperson. You can also use for loop and in a reading Python file. And there's one more last thing I want to tell you. Whenever you're writing this codes to help you read your Python file, I told you earlier, do not forget to close this file over here. So we do not close that, this, it will still work, but it's a normal convention for us to close this after writing some codes to read files in Python. So that's pretty much it for reading Python codes. In the next one, we'll be going over to writing and appending files in Python. Peace out. Hello guys, welcome to the 26th part of this course. So in this one, we'll be talking about writing and appending files in Python. So to add a new employee to the employee file, and all we have to do is come over here and want to define a function employee underscore file, which was what we used in the last one, employee underscore file, and this should be equal to open, and we want to open the file, like this employee file over here. And in order to do that, in a quotation mark, you open it up here, employee, and we want to append this time around. We don't want to write again, we want to append. So append helps us like write a new person to the list. So here what we're going to say is employee underscore file dot write, and we want to write a new person, and let's say I want to write Tommy, and let's leave him in business. So when we run this now, we come over to our file here, we see that Tommy has been added. And take note of something, when you run this again, you can mess things up. Tommy gets added twice, so you have to be careful of the way you run things over here. The more you run it, the more Tommy will be added to this list, so take note of that. And you could just come over here and let's delete every other Tommy and just leave one of the Tommies. We have to be careful the way we run our files because it could add more Tommies to the list, so we just have to run it once. And do you notice something? We ran this and it went to the same line as Destiny, but we want this to go to a separate line. And how do we do that? Let's say we want to get rid of this Tommy over here. Now we run it again, we come over here, we see it on a new line, let's get rid of it. Now what we have to do to make it go to a straight line is at the back of the Tommy, you want to define a \n. So I told you all that this is gonna like add a new line to it. So when we run this now, we come over here, it's now in its own separate line. Isn't that amazing? Yeah, that's amazing. Like to write a new file, like a totally new file, we could just come over here and we can say employee open, then employees dot, let's say we want to write this, let's say employee 2, and want to append Tommy to it. So when we run this, we come over to here, we come over to this place, we don't see Tommy. Okay, let's use another name so you don't get confused. Let's say I want to use Henry. So when we run this now, when we run this, we come over here, we don't see Henry over here, but take note, it's created a new file. So in here, that's where you're gonna see them, Tommy and Henry. So this function, this code over here is gonna help us like create a new file. And how did we even create a new file? That's just by changing the employee's name, like the file name over here, to like append something new to it, and it's created a new file. So had even we left it in the old one, which is employees, when we run this, you come over here and now you see Henry. So you want to create a new file, just change things up over here and run this. Now as you can see, it's created a new file. So, and you could like create a new HTML file using this. So let's come over here and say we want to open index.html and want to append, and in here let's say we want to run like a HTML code. You could run a HTML code here, let's say, and if you don't know HTML, that's totally fine. You just go ahead and do what I'm doing. So in here we could just run hello, this is a Python file. So with this we are good to go. So when we run this now, you see it should create a new index.html file for us, and this is it. So it says hello, this is a Python file, and when you click on this Chrome icon over here, then watch what happens. It opens this up in our browser. Isn't that amazing? And it says hello, this is a Python file. So from here you could just be creative and write some really amazing line of code. So that's pretty much it, and hopefully you learned how to do something really nice today with writing in Python. And if you did, do not forget to give this video a thumbs up, and I hope I'll see you in the next one. Bye and stay safe for now. Hello guys, welcome back to the 28th part of this course. So in this one we'll be talking about classes and objects in Python. So a class in Python helps us define our own data type. For example, we have different data types in Python, some of which are integers, booleans, floats, and all that, like strings. But if we want to store like a real world example or an object in Python, for example, let's say we want to store like a student, or let's say we want to store like my phone or something like that in Python, and we can't use strings to do that, or we can't use integers or booleans to do that, and that's where classes comes to play. So let's look at an example. So I told you guys that classes helps us define our own data type. Take note of that. Now I want to create a new Python file, and let's name this classes class. So here I want the way we define class in Python is just by saying class, then a name followed after it, then student. This is now a class. So whatever goes inside here would be in the student class, and what we are trying to do is like model a student, that is giving them everything a typical real world student would have. For example, like a name, and like a name, a GPA, like the course that they are studying or something. And we could do this now using strings, integers, and booleans to map out what a student can be and what they can have. So let's go ahead and keep on doing this. So in order to start creating the student's data type, we need what is called initialized function, and let's go ahead and do that. Okay, let me just show you guys what an initialized function can do. It's just like saying define underscore underscore init and passing self in here as a parameter. So this is an initialized function. Let me just come here and put a comment, and let's name it initialized function. So you know that this is an initialized function, and initialized function in Python, they're like really useful. So in this initialized function, we could go ahead and start doing some complex things in it, like passing in more than one parameters in here. For example, let's say the student needs a name. Like each student is definitely going to have a name, so we have to pass in a parameter name here. And let's say the student needs a major, like the course that they're going to study or the course they're studying or something, then it's going to be there. And let's say the student needs a GPA, so it's also going to be there. And finally is on probation. Like I said, the student want to also check if the student is on probation and all that. So we need all these parameters in here to help us do that. So after this, the next thing that I want to do now is like put in the actual object attributes, which is going to be the self.name or self.where they are majoring to, or self.their GPA, then assign a value input to it. Okay, I know this might be kind of huge for you to take in, but let's go ahead and do that. Maybe you'll understand. So we want to put in like an actual object attribute, and this is going to be like self.name, which is the first one, and we want to assign this to name. You could go ahead and duplicate this 4 places. You want to change this one over here to self.major. You want to assign this to major. So assign this to major. This one over here going to be self.gpa, and you want to change this to self.gpa. Then finally self.is on probation. Sorry, let's get rid of this. Okay, that's it. Self.is on probation should be assigned to is on probation. Okay, I know this might be kind of hard for you to understand, but let's just go ahead and do this for the meantime, and as time goes on you should understand what all this are going to be doing for us here in class. So what are objects? An object is like a main student with their name, their major, their GPA, their friend's name, and all that. That's like a object. Then what is a class? A class is just like used to create the student's data type. It's used to like create a new student. That's what a class does. So I'm just looking for the like lowest term that I can use to explain that for you, and that's all I got. Now let's just go ahead and keep doing some more complex things. So we want to create a new file, and let's name this app.py. Okay, after creating the app.py, there's something we want to do. We want to import we want to import the students over here from this class file. And how do we do that? But before we go ahead and start doing that, we want to first of all change the name class over here. So right click and let's refactor this. So where is it over here? Or we could just still change it from here. So we could just come over here, right click, and we want to refactor this code, rename it, and let's like change it to student class. Yeah, and let's refactor this. So we could come over here and say from student class import student. Yeah, so right now we have all this file in here with just this one line of code. So we say it from the student class file, we want to import the class student. So from here, let's go ahead and create a new student. Let's make a new student data type, and this should be set to a variable, let's say student1. Let's set this to a variable student1, and this should be equal to student open parentheses. Then if you can remember the way we lined all this up over here, first one was the name, the major, the GPA, then is on probation. That's the same way we should do it here. The first one should be the name, and they say destiny. Then what was the second one over there? The second one was major, and let's say computer science, and make sure it's in a string. Let's say computer science. Then the third one was the GPA, and let's say 3.9, and the last one is on probation, and let's say false. So make sure this is student one. So when we come over here and run this, we should get nothing, and that's because we haven't printed students one. Print student one. So when we run this now, you see we get student class or student object at blah 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 blah. So this is not going to work now. Why? We have to print like an individual I don't know, parameter. Yeah, let's say we have to print an individual parameter here, and in order to do that, you just say print student1 dot name. So let's say I want to check the first student's name. When you run this now, you get Destiny, and let's say the first student name is Destiny Franks. So when you run this now, you get Destiny Franks. Okay, and we could also make multiple students over here. Let's say this should be student 2, and let's say this is student 3. So in a classroom, we have 3 students, and let's say this is Jane Doe, and she's into business. Let's say she's into business studies, and let's say her GP is 2.9, and she's on probation. Then finally, let's say we have another student named Karen, and let's say she's into accounting, and her GP is 3.1, and she's not on probation. So when you run this now, you could say you want to check the third student's GPA. Now, what are you going to get? You're going to get 3.1 because this is third student's GPA. So with this, as you can see, we have modeled a full student, and we can assess their items, or we can assess their informations. Let's use the word for each student using this variable and this class over here that we imported from here. So this is pretty much it for classes in Python, and I know this is kind of basic. As you go ahead and start building more projects in Python, you should really get good using classes. So that's pretty much it for this video, and hopefully you enjoyed it. And if you did, do not forget to drop a like and comment on this video, and consider subscribing if you haven't, as it will mean the world to me. And I hope I'll see you in the next one. Bye and stay safe for now. Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the 29th part of this course. So in this one, I'll be showing you guys how to build a multiple choice game in Python. So this quiz game is gonna let the user like choose some options, and at the end we'll give them like the final result and show them how they performed in the game. So first of all, we want to make a question prompt, and before that, let's create a new file and let's name this quiz game. So let's name this quiz game, So in here, the first thing I want to do is make a question prompt. So this is going to be like the question holders, what's going to be holding all the questions, and they should be definitely in a list. So with this, you want to make the first question, and the first one should be, what color are apples? What color are apples? And let's put a question mark over here. Then here, you want to make this go to a new line, and finally we want to put the options. So the first option, let's say it should be teal, and we want to make this go to a new line again. We want to make the second option, let's say red/green. We want to make this go to a new line again, and let's say the last option, we want it to be we could say pink. Yeah. Then finally we want this to go to double line below. So with this, we are good to go. Let's duplicate these 3 more places. Then I want to say, what colors are, we could say bananas. Okay, what color are bananas? Then the first one, let's say you want to choose yellow, and the second one, let's say we want to pick let's say green, and the last one, let's say we want to pick magenta over here, magenta. And this one, let's say we want to pick red, so we could just leave it as red. And finally, what color are orange? Yeah, oranges. Then the first one, let's say we don't want to get that one, let's just say it should be red. Okay, or let's choose blue. Let's say first one wanted to be blue, the second one wanted to be orange, and the last one we want it to be purple. So that's pretty much it for the question prompt. Let's go ahead and add functionalities to this. So let's go ahead and add some functionalities to this. Now, we want to make a question data type in a new Python file, which should be question.py.
Not about video, you need me noise.
So let's go ahead and create a new Python file, and let's name this question.py. Okay, let's name this question1.py. Okay. And with this, we want to make a new data type that should help us handle those questions. And if you remembered how I told you to do that in the last video, you want to create a new class, and let's name this question. Then you want to define an initialized function, and this should be define underscore init, and it will take some parameters in here. The first one should be self, the next one should be prompt, and the next one should be answers. So with this, we are good to go. Then here we could say self.prompt should be equal to prompt, and we want to say self.answers should be equal to answers. So that's pretty much it for the data type. Let's go over to the main quiz game app. Then in here, what we want to do is define a question list, not a question prompt. And in here, we want to use the question class that we did over here, that was defined over here. But before we go ahead and start using that, we want to import it. So we're going to say from question1 import question, which is what we defined over here. So you could just follow along with everything that we're doing. Now we want to say question and open up a parenthesis. Then we want to call question prompt 0. So this is going to be like the first one over here. So what we want to do is call the first question, which is the index number of 0. Then we want to pick like the right answer to it. So the right answer to it is going to be what colors are apples? It's going to be B. So with this, make sure that you leave some commas over here to separate the list. So it's going to be B. Then we could duplicate this and say question.prompt index position of 1, which is this one over here. Then let's choose the answer, what color are bananas, and it's A. Then the last one, what colors are oranges, and it's B. So we'll just leave it as B. And let's say I want to add some comma over here. So this pretty much it for the questions. Now what we want to do now is create a function that would ask the user the question and check if they got the answer right. So in order to do that, we're going to use a function for that, and let's say define run underscore test, and run underscore test is going to take in one parameter, and that's going to be question, this question over here. So let's end this off with a column, and I think we're getting an error. Let's see what our error is. Okay, it said indent expected and question value is not used, so we're still going to use it. So in here, what we want to do is set a variable score. So this is going to help us keep track of the score of the user. And now we want to use a for loop to loop over all the questions that are in here using this class prompts, using this function prompts that were created over here. So we're going to say for question in question.prompt. For question in question.prompt, now what do we want to do? First of all, we want to check if the answer is correct, so we define a new variable answer, and we're going to set this to answer we're going to set this to question.answer. We're going to set that to question answer like that. And finally, if it's correct, we want to use an if statement to check like if the question matches the answer. And in order to do that, I think we're having an issue here. So what we need to do here is define a variable answer, and what we're supposed to do is allow the user put in their answer. So that's supposed to be an input here. It's supposed to be an input, and input should have question.prompt. It should have one of this. So we'll loop over this, ask them the first question. After they choose an answer, we'll loop over it again, ask them the second one, and so on. So down here, we want to use an if statement to check if the answer that the user picked is equal to the question answer, this one over here. So if it's equal to the question.answer, so let's go ahead and type that. And make sure you're using a double equal sign, question.answer, like a semicolon at the back. And here, if it's correct, then we want to increment their score by 1. So we're going to say plus equals 1. And finally, we want to print, hey, you got something. Let's come over here and print, hey, you got. Then over here, I want to put like a slash, you got slash. Then outside of the string, want to concatenate again with a string, and the string is going to hold like the length of the questions. And in here, you should have question. And finally, we want to say plus, which is concatenation, and we want to say correct. So I'll explain what this is going to do. And hey, you got score should be over here plus this and this. So while we're getting that error, and let's go ahead and see. So it says unresolved reference score. And why is that over there? Let's see what we're not getting right. So we said, hey, you got this plus score. I think that's what we're using over here. And why are we getting this error now? Let's get rid of that. So plus score concatenate. Honestly, I don't know why we're getting that error. Okay, first of all, let's go ahead and run this and see what we have. So let's run this and see what we have. But before we run that, we want to call like the function, which is run underscore test, and I think this should be in here. No, it shouldn't be there. It should be out. So let's run this and see what we have now. Run. So it says, hey, you got /tree run underscore test missing one requirement, position argument question. So there should be question in here. Now let's run this again. It shows an error. It says list object has no attributes prompt. So let's go ahead and see what the error is. We have written almost all the code here, and when we run this now, and let's say we want to pick some some options over here, you see that we get an error, and this error says object of type question has no length. So where is this error coming from? It's just because we have to make some minor changes here. First of all, we want to make this question. So let's add an s over here, and we want to put an s over here in the question, in the parameter that's in the function. We also want to add one over here in the for loop, and want to add one over here in the str where we are printing, hey, you got the score. And finally, we want to add one over to where we called the function. And when all this is done, we want to call the score variable over here to know what they scored, and this should be in a strange score, and want to concatenate this over here with a plus. So when we go ahead and run this now, let's choose what color apples. We want to choose B for this. What color bananas? We want to choose A, and let's fill the last one. So you see it gives us, hey, you got 2/3. So you could go ahead and make this rewrite this code the way you want, and if your code is not correct, just take a come look at everything that we have over here and compare it to your own and see the mistake that you're making. So that's pretty much it for the quiz game in Python, and hopefully you understood something and learned something new today. And if you did, do not forget to give this video a thumbs up and consider subscribing if you haven't, as it will mean the world to me. And I hope I'll see you in my next video. Bye and stay safe for now. Hello guys, and welcome back to the 30th part of this course. So in this one, I'll be showing you guys everything that has to do with class functions in Python. So what are class functions? Class functions are basically functions that we can use in a class, and it can either get a class information or modify the class. Just like when we're dealing with lists in Python, we use list functions to get information from the list, modify the list, append, write, and do a whole lot of things in the list. So there are also functions that we can use in class. So let's go ahead and start working with class functions now. So the first thing you want to do is create a new file over here, and let's name this file students.py. So let's name this file students.py. Okay, and you want to create another file, and let's name that one student class. Okay, so in the student.py, we want to create a class just like what we did when we're working with class. In the student class.py, let's go ahead and start creating a class. So you want to define a class, and let's call the name of the class student. So below this, you want to define an initialize function, and I already showed you guys how to do that. It's define underscore init underscore, then passing self as the parameter in there. And there's another thing that this underscore are being called in Python. You can also call them dunder, like dunder init in Python. So in here, you want to pass in two other parameters that we want to use for the function. The first one should be the name. Okay, let's say we want to pass in 3. We should pass in major, and we should pass in GPA. So down here, let's call self.name, and we want to assign this to name. We also want to call self.major, or we could just duplicate this in 3 places, and let's say self.major. Then we want to assign this to major, and finally we want to say self.gpa, and we want to assign this to GPA. So that's pretty much it for the class. Let's go over to the new students.py app that we created, and first of all, import the class that we created from the student class, this one over here. So let's import it. Okay, we want to say from student class. I was using import student class import. So let's say from student class, we want to import student. So down here, we could define a first variable, and let's name the student, and we're going to set this to student class that we imported. Now let's form a student, like an actual student. So first of all, you're going to pass in the name of the student. So let's say we want the name of the student to be gift, and let's say we want the major of the student to be, let's say, business, and make sure you're passing this into a string business. And let's say we want the GPA to be a very high one, let's say 3.0, and we want to define another student, and let's set this variable to student2, and let's say we want the name of the student to be praise, and want the business of the student to be accounting, and we want the GPA of the student to be 2.3. okay, this is okay over here. Now There are some things that we want to do. Back to the student class, we want to define another function that should help us check if a student is on honor roll. That means if the student is like a good student that performed well in the major that they are into. So in order to do that, you want to define a function, and let's name this on honor roll. So this is going to be on honor underscore roll, and this is going to take in self as a parameter. So down here, what we want to say is if self.gpa is greater than or equal to 3.0, that means if the student's GPA is greater than 3.0, that means they are on honor roll. That means they're going to be honored by the school or something like that. And in here, you can see that Gift's GPA is 3.0. That means he's going to be honored by the school. But in the other hand, Praise GPA is 2.3. That means he failed, so he's not going to be honored by the school. So you want to do this, then want to return true. You could either return true or you could return like a printed statement or something like that, but I want to return true. Down here, I want to say else. So if the student's GPA is less than 3.0, I want to return false. So let's go ahead and put this into practice. Down here, the first thing I want to do is print student. Then in here, I want to check if the student is dot on honor roll. So here, let's go ahead and run this and see what we have now. So it says on honor roll missing one required positional argument. And why is that happening? Because we have to either assign the variable over here, and in my case, it's supposed to be either student1 or student2. So student1, student2, let's run this. Now you get none because student2 is below 2.3. But had even we want to use student1, what are we going to get now? We're going to get true because he's on probation and his GP is higher than 3.0. So that's pretty much it for class functions, and hopefully you guys understood something. And if you did, make sure to drop a like and comment on this video, and do not forget to subscribe if you haven't already. And I hope I will see you in the next video. Bye and stay safe for now. Hello guys, welcome back to the 31st part of this course. So in this one, we'll be talking about inheritance in Python. So what are inheritance in Python? Inheritance is basically where we can define a function or attribute and a bunch of things in a class. Then we could inherit from all these attributes in another file. So let's go ahead and start working, and probably you would understand what inheritance in Python are. So I want to create a new file, and let's name this inheritance. So inheritance. Okay, that's not spelled correctly, but we could just leave it like that. So we want to say, we want to create another file, and let's name this chef.py. So I want to name this chef.py. Okay, it says chef already exists. Let's come over here and get rid of this ones. Okay, so I want to create a new file now, and let's name that chef.py. Okay. So in the chef.py, we want to create some class, and this class is going to help us check if a chef makes chicken or if a chef makes a particular food like a special dish or something like that, or if a chef makes just salad or something. So let's go ahead and start creating these functions that should help us check for the chefs that make different foods. So we want to define a chef, and let's say the chef is going to be the chef that would make chicken, and the chef is making chicken. Make sure you're passing in self in here. Make sure you're passing on self. But before that, you want to create a class of chef. Let's come over here and create a class of chef. So class of chef, this one over here is going to have define make underscore chicken, and it's going to take in self as a parameter. So down here, let's go ahead and start doing some other things that I want to do. So down here, we're going to just as easy as print this chef makes chicken. So we're gonna print this chef makes chicken, and we want to duplicate this in, like, let's say 3 other places. Let's put 1, 2, and finally 3. So let's go ahead and change some things up a bit. So I want to change the second chicken to salad. I want to change this one over here to salad. Okay, let's change this to salad. Then finally, we want to change this one to special dish, special underscore dish. And let's say the special dish over here is like, let's say barbecue. Yeah, barbecue. So let's just put this as the chef makes barbecue. Yeah. Or we could just say this chef makes special dish, and this should be like set to barbecue. So we are done with this. Let's go back to the inheritance.py app, and in here we could just define a function, and let's name the function chef. But before we do that, we want to go ahead and import the class chef that we made over here from the chef.py. So we want to say from chef import chef. What I want to do is define a variable, and let's name this my chef. Then you want to set this to the class of chef that we created earlier. So down here, what I want to do is just access my chef, and let's make sure this is spelled correctly. Let's come over here and change that to F. So I want to say my chef dot make chicken, and let's see what's gonna happen when we run this. So as you can see, it says this chef makes chicken. So this Python file is gonna be smart enough to recognize the chef that makes the special dish and the salad and the chicken. So let's say this chef makes underscore special dish, and I think we didn't change this over here. So this is make chicken, this is make salad, and this is make special dish. So let's come over here and say make special dish chef dot make salad, and let's run this. So as you can see, it says the chef makes salad. But if you come over here and say makes special dish and run this, you see it says this chef makes special dish. And if you notice something, we don't have to come over here and put print over here. We don't put a print function over here that should help us print if the chef makes chicken or salad, and that's because everything is in here already. Like, we call the print function in the class file, and over here we're just inheriting. But basically now we haven't started doing much things with inheritance, and let's go ahead and start doing that now. So what I want to do is create a new Python file, and let's name this Chinese. So let's name this Chinese. So this is gonna be like a Chinese chef, and this is gonna be like a special chef in the room or something like that. So in here, I want to make a class, and let's name this class Chinese chef. And here I want to define a function that should check if this Chinese chef makes the same thing that the regular chef makes. So instead of just going ahead and typing all that out, we could just copy this. So let's just copy this over here, and we want to paste them in here. Okay, we'll paste them in here. And apart from making some just this dish, we want to say that there are some dish that the Chinese chef can make that the regular chef can make. For example, let's change things up a bit. Let's say the special dish that the Chinese chef makes is like fried rice. So let's change this to this chef makes fried rice. Okay, and want to add one more thing to this. Want to say the chef makes like a special dish. Okay, let's just change this one to make fried rice. So let's change this one to fried underscore rice. And now want to define the special dish that this chef makes. So I want to say define special underscore dish. I want to pass in self as a parameter. Let's just come down to the next line, and I want to print this chef makes, let's say this chef makes orange chicken. Yeah, let's say this chef makes orange chicken. When we are done with this, we could come over to this file over here. Then we could define another variable, and this should be like my Chinese chef, my Chinese chef, and this should be set to the Chinese chef that we defined over here, to the Chinese class chef. So before we do that, we want to import it. So we want to say from Chinese, we want to import Chinese chef. So down here, we're going to say Chinese chef. So hopefully you understand what I'm doing over here. I imported the class Chinese chef from here. So this is it. I imported this class that I made over here in here, and I defined a variable, my Chinese chef, and I set it to the class that I imported over here. And hopefully you understand what I did. So down here, the first thing I want to do is check if this Chinese chef makes fried rice. So it's as easy as saying my Chinese chef dot fried rice. Sorry, that's supposed to be a dot fried rice. So when we run this, you can see we get this chef makes fried rice and the chef makes special dish. So this is the first one for the first chef, which is the regular chef, and this is the second one for the second chef, which is the Chinese chef. So instead of copying everything that was in this regular chef pie and pasting it into the Chinese chef file, we could just inherit, and let's go ahead and get rid of all this. So I want to get rid of all this. I want to get rid of everything that was in the show file. So there was salad and there was mixed chicken. So I want to get rid of salad and chicken over here. So let's just get rid of this, and want to retain fried rice and orange chicken. So we could just inherit everything that was in here already. We could just inherit from this and this and even this. So let's just go ahead and do it down here. And in order to inherit from a class, you want to import it. So we're going to say from chef, we want to import the chef class that we made. So in here, you're just going to pass in the parameter as chef. And okay, and this is basically all we need. Now everything that the regular chef does, now the Chinese chef is gonna still do the same thing and still do extra, which is over here. And hopefully you understand that. So let's just come over here and run this. So if you take a close look right now, the Chinese chef doesn't have fried rice over here. Okay, it has fried rice, so we didn't get rid of it, but this chef over here doesn't have fried rice. So if you come over here and run this, we are still gonna get the same thing. This chef makes fried rice, but how about we want to check if the Chinese chef makes salad? And take note, there is no longer salad over here. So we can just come and say dot salad, and let's see if we run this, if it's gonna work. And as you can see, it works. And that's because we are inheriting from the file over here. We are inheriting everything that's here just by putting in this and importing this. And hopefully you understand what I did over here. We can also go ahead and check if the Chinese chef makes chicken. And if you take a close look over here, there's nothing like chicken over here. There is no function that makes chicken, but we can still run that because we are inheriting from the regular chef pie. So we could just come over here and say my Chinese chef that make chicken. So when we run this now, you'll see that this chef makes chicken. So you could go ahead and modify this by putting things like this is the Chinese chef. You could say something like Chinese chef. So you're gonna know the one that's the Chinese chef and the regular chef. So let's just copy this and let's paste it over here. And in the chef pile, let's say this is like the regular chef. Let's name this regular chef. And you want to copy this again. Let's copy this and let's paste them in here, So when you come over here and run this, as you can see now, it could detect the one that's like the Chinese chef and the regular chef. So it says this is the regular chef, this is the regular chef. And it says this is the regular chef, but we want one to be like the Chinese chef. So we could come over here and say fried rice. So let's change some over here to fried rice. So when we run this now, as you can see, it detects that this is the Chinese chef. And hopefully you understood what we did here. And I know there's a whole bunch of code over here. You might get confused or something like that. But if you get confused in any way, you could just drop a comment on this video and I'll clarify whatever confusion you might be encountering. And that's pretty much it for this video. Hopefully you learned something new. And if you did, do not forget to drop a like and comment on this video and consider subscribing if you haven't for amazing videos like this. And I hope I'll see you in the next video. Bye. Hi, my name is Destiny and welcome back to my channel. In today's video, I'll be showing you guys how to automate Facebook and send hundreds or even thousands of messages with just 6 lines of code in Python. So to get started, you need an IDE or code editor, and in my case, I'll be using the PyCharm code editor. You use the Visual Studio Code or the Sublime Text, whatever you want to use. So let's just get started. First of all, you need to import a Python package, which is known as Python AutoGUI, I think, PyAutoGUI. So let's just go on the web and look it up. So let's say PyAutoGUI. Okay, this is it over here. Then what you want to do is just copy out the pip install PyAutoGUI code over here. Just click on this button to copy it out. Then you want to open up your PyCharm code editor and you want to create a new project over here. So just create a new project and name it whatever you want to name it. In my case, let's name this automate Facebook and click on enter. So I want to create this on a new window. Okay, when this is created, you're offset to go ahead and do whatever you want to do. So first of all, let's just remove out all those default codes over here, and those are gone. So the next thing you want to do is install the PyAutoGUI that you copied from here. So let's make sure I copied that. then come back to my PyCharm code editor, and I want to open up the terminal. So when the terminal is opened up, what you want to do is paste the code you copied earlier into here and hit enter on your keyboard. So I already have this installed on my PC. I don't think it should install again, but in your case you have to wait and install it, and I'd recommend you use an internet service to install it. If not, in some cases it doesn't install if you don't have an internet connection. So as you can see, everything is satisfied over here, and let's just dive right into writing the code. So the first thing you want to do here is import the package you just installed by typing out install py autogui. And when this is done, that's pretty much all you need to do for installing it. The next thing you want to do is to make a while loop, and while true means that this is going to be an infinite while loop. It's not going to stop running. But if you want this to end, you might want to give a variable here, like let's say run is equal to true, like this. Then you can say something like while run. Then you could write any codes you want to write in here. Then you could still come back here and say something like elif run equal to false. So you don't need to understand all this. What I'm trying to do here is, in case you want this to stop, in case you don't want this to run infinitely, then you could just make an else statement that would say if a condition is not met, then go ahead and stop the while loop. But in my case, I want to make this an infinite loop. So let's just get rid of this, or you can still leave it if you want, but I just want to leave while like this, while true. So this is what I want, and let's just go ahead and write the first code here, which is pyautogui dot typewrite. So what pyautogui dot typewrite does is it actually enables you to put in the words that you want to send to whoever you want to send it to, or let's say the words that you want to spam someone with. So in my case, I'll be putting, let's just say anything, let's just say I miss you. So this is what I want to say in my own. Then the next thing you want to do is define a key that should be pressed in order to make this word over here get sent. So in my case is the enter key that I uses to send messages on Facebook. So what you want to do is come over here and type out pyautogui dot press. So pyautogui dot press, then let's make a parenthesis and let's put in the enter key. So when this is done, this is pretty much all you need to write this code. As you can see, it's very easy and straightforward. So what you want to do is, when you execute this code, then you want to switch back immediately to where you want to send the message. So in my case, I already have this open up this way. I want to send the message. Just make sure you have wherever you want to send message, if it's WhatsApp or Instagram, wherever, just make sure that place is open up. So in my case, I'll be using this Facebook account over here. So what you want to do is, when I run this, I want to just switch back to this place immediately, and you could use the alternate tab on your keyboard to do that immediately. So let me come over here and let's run this. So as you can see, it's working now. It will send hundreds of messages in less than minutes, and even thousands if you could give it a few hours. And do you know what? This is infinite. It doesn't stop. And let's say you want to stop it. How do you do that? You could just come over here and break this code over here, and take note. As you can see, it's also printing out the words that it's typing in there for you. So what you want to do is break this code here if you don't want to send it any longer. So that's it. So the next thing I want to show you guys here is, let's say you don't want it to always keep typing out I miss you like this. You want it to actually look real. Like let's say you wanted to send after 3 seconds, then take 3 seconds again, type it and send after 3 seconds. At least that looks more real. So what do? Let's just come over here and import sleep. Let's import time over here. So while time is imported, the next thing you want to do is come at the top of here like this, because I'm putting this at top here because I need 3 seconds before it actually starts typing. So let's say time.sleep, and in here you could impute how many minutes or how many seconds you want it to take before it sends another one. In my case, I want it just be 3 seconds. So when this is done, what you want to do is run this code and get back here, and let's see how things work out to be. So as you can see, one has already gone, another one is gone already, another one is gone. So that's pretty much it. It's really looks very easy. With just 6 lines of code, you already have this running. Hello ladies and gentlemen, my name is Destiny and welcome back to yet another amazing video. So in today's video, I'll be showing you guys how to get the information of any mobile number from any country of the world with just Python. And all you need to achieve this is just the mobile number you want to get information about and 4 lines of easy Python code. So without wasting any more time, let's just get started. So the first thing you need is a code editor or an IDE. So in my case, I'll be using the PyCharm IDE. You could get whatever you want, the Visual Studio Code or Sublime Text, whatever you want to use. So when that is done, the next thing you need is just one Python package, and the name of the package is phone numbers. So what you want to do is open up your command prompt or open up your terminal on your code editor or IDE and just type pip install phone numbers. So I already have this installed on my PC. It will show requirements already satisfied, but in your case maybe you don't have it, then just go ahead and give it some seconds to fully install, then you're ready to go. So the next thing you want to do is come back to your IDE or your code editor and let's create a new file over here. So I'm creating a new file and let's name this phone numbers, or let's say phone number informations, and I'm opening this here. Okay, in my case I'm using PyCharm code editor, so you get this default codes over here. So let's just get rid of this. Then the next thing you want to do is import phone numbers, and to import phone numbers is as easy as just typing out import phone numbers, and just like that it's already imported. So when the package is successfully installed, the next thing you want to do is come over to your text editor and let's import the phone numbers package that we installed some few seconds ago. And from the phone numbers package you want to import phone numbers again, and import from phone numbers we want to import geocoder, and we also want to import carrier, which will give you the network provider, and we also want to import time zone if you need the time zone of the country where the mobile number is located. So when that's done, the next thing we want to do is define a variable, and let's call this number is equal to, let's set the phone numbers package dot parse. So with dot parse, it should take in just one argument, which is the phone number, and in some cases you might want to put the phone number as I'm in Nigeria, and if I want to do this like putting a normal default number that we usually use like 080, it wouldn't work. So what you want to do is use your country code like this. So I'll just put in a random number here. Let's use this. So when this is done, the next thing you want to do is write a code that would print the country's name, and in order to do that, let's type out print geocoder dot description for number like this. Then it should take in 2 arguments, and the 2 arguments, one is the phone number variable that we defined earlier, phone number, and the next one, so let me just type that right, and the next one should be n like this. So the next code we want to write is a code that would print the service provider. So in order to do that, you could just type out print, then carrier dot name for numbers, just like that, and it should also take the phone number variable that we created earlier, phone underscore number, and it should also take en, just like that. Then the last one is to print the time zone. You know, you have to do that just easy. Just type out print time zone dot time zone for numbers, just like that. Then it should take only the phone number variable, just only that. So with this, you're pretty much done. All you have to do is just come over here and run your code, and let's see what you get. And in some cases you might need an active internet connection, so let me just connect to the internet now. Okay, I'm connected to the internet, and let's just run this and see what we get. So when we run this, you see we got Nigeria, the country is Nigeria, and I'm using a 9 Mobile. The network provider is 9 Mobile, and it's in Africa, Lagos. By the way, I'm in Abuja, so it's just given like the capital of the country or something. So Nigeria, 9 Mobile, Africa, Lagos, and you could just put in another number here. So let me just put a number from the UK, and here I've gotten one number. Let me just get it real quick. So let's just put in, I got another number from the UK. Let's just put in this number here and let's see what we get. So as you can see, this is from London and Europe, London, but I don't know, it's not printing the network provider's name. Maybe this is just a dummy number. I don't know if that's actually right, but the one I inserted earlier was right, so it gave me the network carrier. And I think that should be it for this video. Hopefully you learned something new today in Python. Hi, my name is Destiny and welcome back to my channel. So in today's video, we'll be building a rock, paper and scissors game using Python, and it would have the ability to detect when a player wins or when the computer wins. It could also keep record of wins for both the player and the computer, and it could also detect a tie, wrong comments, and can quit the game whenever you want to. So without wasting any more time, let's just get started. Hi and welcome back to the tutorial. So you could use any code editor or IDE that you want to use. In my case, I'll be using the PyCharm IDE. So the first thing you want to do is create a new file over here. So I just right clicked on this, come over to new, and I want to create a new Python file, and let's just name this rock, paper, scissors. I'm just naming this RPS and click on go. So when this is done, the first thing I want to do is import the random function, because the random package, because that's what we'll be using. Then the next thing I want to do is define a variable of game list, and I want to set this to a list, and the list would take in rock, paper, scissors. Hopefully I got the spelling correct. So the list will take in rock, paper and scissors. Then the next thing you want to do here is define a variable for the computer. So this would be the computer, and we want to make this C. So the C is what we use to keep track of the scores and increment it when we need to, and we want to give this a value of 0 now. So we also want to define a variable here, command, which would be for the player, and we want to give this a P and give this a value of 0. So this P over here is also what we will use to increment scores and keep track of scores, and I'll show you how to do this in just a few minutes. So let's continue. After this is done, wanna print score, and make sure you're giving this a space here, because you don't want your score and computer to be attached together. So just give this space over here. You can just follow along and see how everything is working here. So you want to print score and make sure that this is still in the same string, then computer. Then after this is done like this, just come out of the string and concatenate this. Hopefully you know how concatenation works now in Python. If you have watched some basic Python tutorials that show you some basic things in Python and all that, you should know how concatenation works now. So the next thing you want to do here is pass in this command C over here that we'll be using to keep tracks of score. And if you take note, this would be keeping track of integers and not strings, and when we want to run this code, you get an error because this expects this to be in string and not integers. So what we want to do is just convert this into a string, and in order to do that, you just put that in parentheses and put an str at its back, just as simple as that. Then want to concatenate this again, open up a string, and let's print out the player, and want to print out its own score. Concatenate this, then strp. just like this. Very easy. Hopefully you understand what this does, and let me go through it again. So I'm printing score computer, then the score of the computer over here, player, then the score of the player. This is what it does. Now the concatenation, what it does is like join strings and variables together. Just take note of that. It's join strings and variables together. That's just the easiest way I could just explain this now. And the next thing you want to do now is define the loop. So let's just put a comment over here, and this should be for the loop. Now we want to define a variable, and let's put this to true. So this is the loop we'll be using, run variable over here. Then let's define a while loop here. So we are saying while run, you want to put a variable, define a variable here with computer underscore choice. So this is what we're using to choose either rock, paper, or scissors for the computer. Now the computer's choice would randomly choose its own command over here, which is either the rock, paper, or scissors. So in order to do that, you want to use the random function that we imported earlier. Then we want to say random dot choice, and let's just pass in the game list variable that we defined over here. So what this does is random.choice game list. Now it will randomly choose from rock, paper, or scissors, or it could choose rock, scissors, paper, or scissors, rock, paper. It would randomly choose numbers from there. So that's what that variable that we did over here would do. Random.choice, this is what the method would do. So the next thing you want to do over here is also make a variable for the player, which is command input. And if you take a close look at this, you, the player, would want to input your own comment here manually. You wouldn't want a computer to choose it randomly for you. So that's why we put an input function. So with this input function, what it will do is give you the opportunity to type out your own comment, either the rock, paper, or scissors. So with that, let's give you some options here. Rock, paper, rock, paper. Make sure you're putting the comment here. Rock, paper, scissors, or quit. Now this is showing a red line below this just because I haven't entered this with a string. So what this line does over here is give you an option, which is this input, to choose either rock, paper, scissors, or quit. So when that's done, let's just go ahead and start making some conditional statements. The first one I want to make is if command is equal to computer choice, then what do you want to do? We want to print tie, and that should be in a string. So what this one over here does is it actually checks if the command of the player and the command of the computer are the same thing. So if they are the same thing, it would print tie. And what that just means is if the player choose rock and the computer choose rock, it would just print tie, because that's obviously a tie. So that's what this code over here does. If command is equal to computer choice, and take note of the equal to, it's not just one, it's two equal sign. So if command is equal computer choice, print tie. So that's the first one we'll be doing. The next one I want to do is an else if, and in Python it's called elif. Take note of that, elif, elif. So I want to do if command, sorry, let's correct that. If if command is equal to rock, which we defined over here. So now we're taking all this from the list. So if it's equal to rock, then what do we want to do? We want to print, sorry, we don't want to print anything. What we should do here is check if the computer choice, sorry, computer choice is equal to scissors. Then what we want to do is print player 1. So let me just make this a capital letter. So we we checked if command, which is the player's command, is equal to rock, and we also checked if the computer choice is equal to scissors. Then that means the player won because rock wins scissors. Hopefully that's very easy and understandable. So we printed player 1. Then the next thing we want to do is come over here and increment the score of the player. So we used P, which we defined here if you could remember earlier in this video. So P plus equal to 1. So what's plus equal to 1 is like P is equal to P plus 1. It's just the same thing as this. P is equal to P plus 1. So whenever a player wins, it adds 1 to their score. So that's what it does. But I don't want to use this long one over here. I just want to use P equal to P plus equal to 1, just like this. Down here where there's if, we also want to check if this was vice versa. So if the computer chose rock and the command chose scissors, take note of that. If the computer in this case chose rock and the command chose scissors, then what do we want to do? Now we want to give an else statement. Else, then print computer 1, print computer 1, just like that. Then you want to increment the score of the computer. So like this, you increment the score of the computer. Very easy. Then we want to copy this code over here. We'll be reusing most of it. Then paste this down here. So for the second one, what you want to do here is check if the player's command was equal to paper and the computer's command was equal to rock. Then you want to print player 1, increment their score again. Then else, if this was vice versa, you want to print computer 1, then increment the score of the computer. As easy as that. Copy this code again, and let's do this for the last time, I think. So paste this here, and want to check if the command of the player was scissors and the command of the computer was paper. Then just do the same thing, print player 1, increment their score, print computer 1. If it's vice versa, increment the computer score. And hopefully I think you understand what's going on here. It's very easy and straightforward. Just if the player's command was scissors, just the normal rock paper scissors. When scissors wins paper and all that, hopefully you know what it does already. Paper wins rock and rock wins scissors. But if the computer chose scissors and the player chose paper, do the other thing like the other way around. That's why we use this else here. It's self-explanatory what else does. So when all this is done, I think that's the last one. The next thing I want to come over and do is make another elif statement and say if the player chose quit. So you might get bored of the game and you want to quit it, and you chose quit instead of choosing rock paper or scissors. Then what do we want to do? We want to break the loop that we're running up there, and in this case what we want to do again is print else, print, let's say wrong numbers, or let's just say wrong command instead, wrong command. So what this one does over here is, let's say the player didn't choose scissors, paper, or rock. Let's say the player chose something else, or there was a typo in their commands. Maybe they wanted to type paper and there was a double P here instead of a single P. So we want to print wrong command in that case. Then after this, the next thing I want to do here is start doing some basic print checks and all that. So first of all, let's print with string. Want to print player like this, then concatenate this command player plus command. So let me just explain what this would do. Now it would print player and the command that the player chose. Let's say the player chose rock. It will print player then rock, or player then scissors. Don't worry, you'll see this in just a few seconds. We're almost done with this. Then I also want to duplicate this, so I used Ctrl D to duplicate it, and I want to change this one over here to computer. So change this to computer, and I want to change this to computer underscore choice. So if the computer chose rock, it should print computer, then rock with its comment, or if the player chose scissors, it should print player, then scissors. So let's continue. After this, I want to print an empty string, so it gives this a line, or you could just add something like this, but I want to leave it empty just like that. Then after this, finally, let me arrange the indentation. So finally, I want to print score, and let's say the computer score. Let's give this a space over here, then concatenate this. Just do the same thing that we did over here. If you can still remember, we could just copy this, it's almost the same thing, and paste it down here. Very easy. So with this, I think we are done. The last thing that I want to do is maybe just give an empty line over there. Let's just copy this empty string and put it down here. So that's pretty much it. Let's go through it again and see if there are any errors. I think everything should work fine now, and let's just run this and see what we have. So now if you take a close look at the terminal, it's printing score, computer 0, player 0, and this is what I was trying to say. As you can see, the computer 0, player 0, they are like together, but we want to give that a space. So let's just come over here and give a space here, and at the back of the player you want to give a space here also. So now let's rerun this and see what we have. Now as you can see, no, that's not what I want. So let me just rerun this and see, and let's actually see if this was corrected here. So it wasn't corrected. Give this a space, give that a space, and let's rerun this. So as you can see, now this is computer 0, player 0. Now let's choose either rock, paper, or scissors, and I chose rock. So as you can see, this was a tie. The player chose rock, the computer chose rock, and the score is still computer 0, player 0. And let's go ahead and choose another one. So I want to choose paper, and let's see, now the player won, and that's because the player chose paper and the computer chose rock. Now if you take a look at the score, you see that it's now has score computer 0, player 1, and you could just go ahead. In this case, let me take rock again, and when I take rock, as you can see, the player won again because the player chose rock and the computer chose scissors this time, and the player won. And let's choose randomly and see if the computer actually wins something. So I want to take rock. Oh, as you can see, the computer won now because I chose rock and the computer chose paper. Now the computer won. And take a look at a score. It now has computer 1, player 2. And you could also experiment with what to try doing for this one over here, which will check if the player chose a rank command, this one. So let's just type something that's not actually right. So as you can see, we typed rock with a lower with a small letter R, and it gave a wrong command, and it's just rerun the game again. And let's type quit and see what happens. So quit, as you can see, it shows process finished with exit code 0. So the program successfully quit itself. So there's one more thing I want to do before we actually round up this tutorial, and that's this. So if you take notes, rock, paper, scissors, or quit, the quit is just very close to the rock. So let's just come over here and fix that. And where should that be? So it should be in the input, I think. Yeah, from here you want to give this a semicolon inside the string like this, and let's give this a space, and let's see how this looks now. So as you can see, it's looking very nice now. Player 1 and the score is there, and that was pretty much it. I love the way everything turned out to be. Very easy. I think just 48 lines of code with just one random package. Hello ladies and gentlemen, my name is Destiny and welcome back to today's video. So in today's video, I'll be showing you guys how to automatically send a WhatsApp message to any number at a scheduled time, and all you need to achieve this is just the mobile number you want to send the message to and one line of easy Python code. So without wasting any more time, let's get started. So all you need to get started is get an IDE or a code editor. So in my case, I'll be using the PyCharm IDE as it's one of my favorite IDEs. So first of all, let's just create a new file over here and let's call this send WhatsApp message. So when this is opened up, what you want to do is import PyWordKit. And before you import PyWordKit, maybe you don't have the package already on your system, you want to open up your terminal over here, or you could just open up your command prompt and let's install PyWordKit. So pip install PyWordKit, and let's wait for this to install. As you can see, I already have this installed on my system and I could just go ahead and start writing out the code. So the first thing I want to do is import the package we just installed, which is PyWordKit. And when PyWordKit is installed, the next thing you want to do is just write one code to actually help you do this automatically. So I want to just type out kit dot, then a method here which is kit dot send what message. So the next thing you want to do here is import PyWordKit as kit, so it would actually help you initiate this method over here. So let's just do it. Import PyWordKit as kit, just like that. So now you could just do kit dot send, and you see it pops up. So send what message, and this need to take in 3 arguments. The first one is the number you want to send it to, and I just added the number there. Then the next one is the message you want to actually send. So let's just say and it should be in a string. So let's say, hey dude, what's up? And the next one is the time you want to send the message. So when putting in the time, you have to consider some things first. One of the things you need to put in consideration is the date format, and it should be in 24 hours format. That means if it's like 1 p.m, which is now, if you take a look at my time, if it's 1 p.m, then it should be 13 in 24 hours format. Hopefully you understand what I'm trying to say. So here I want to put this as 13, and the next one you put in is the second. Now take a look at my time over here. You see there is 1:20 p.m. Now you want to give this 2 minutes gap, so it's actually have time to open up your browser and open up the WhatsApp web and send the message. So what you want to do here is just put in a second, and let's just put in 22. So we're giving this 2 minutes to actually take its time, open up our Chrome browser, open up the web WhatsApp and send the message. So with this being done, let's run our code and see what we have now. So as you can see, I run my code and it shows in 36 seconds web.whatsapp.com will open, and after 20 seconds message will be delivered. So if you want, you could just open up the place that you want to send the message to, but it's not necessarily compulsory. So but let's just leave it open and see how all this works. And before the message gets delivered, there's something else I want to say. When putting in the number that you want to use, make sure you're using a country code like +234, and it's already working. So it's time. Let's just see how this works. As you can see, it's automatically opened WhatsApp web, and it has automatically written the text that I want to send there, which is hey dude, what's up, and it's counting down 20 seconds now. And when it's done, just watch, you'll see it should automatically send the message. And let's just wait and see how that happens. And boom, as you can see, it has already been delivered. And that was it's very easy. With just one line of code in Python, you can schedule yourself and leave a message. It automatically opens up your browser, opens up the web WhatsApp and sends the message. Hi, in today's video we'll be creating a text-to-speech app using just 4 lines of code in Python.
Hello, this is a custom text-to-speech app with 4 lines of code in Python.
And if you want to see more entertaining programming videos in this channel, I'd highly recommend you subscribe now to stay updated with our new videos twice a week. So let's get to the tutorial now. So the very first thing you need to get things started making the text-to-speech app is to first of all have a code editor, and in my case I'll be using the PyCharm code editor. You can use whatever code editor you want, Visual Studio Code or the Sublime Text. So when that is done installing, just come over to File, then open up a new project over here, then just click on Create. So when this is opened up, the next thing you want to do is install just one Python package, and in order to install the Python package, just open up your web browser and let's type out Python text-to-speech. So type out Python's text-to-speech like this, and you want to click on this one that has a PYPI address over here, and just open it up. So and click on this copy to clipboard over here, open up your command prompt. You can come over to your Windows button and type out command prompt. So this is it, open it up, then you want to paste in what you just copied a few seconds ago and hit enter on your keyboard. So in my case I already have it installed. You would have to install it again because you don't have it on your system already. So when it's done installing, what you want to do is open up your code editor. So let me just open this up again, and you want to remove all this bunch of code over here, select everything, then delete. So the first thing you want to do is import the package that you just installed, and in order to import the package, it's very easy. What you just have to do is type out import Python text-to-speech tree. So when that's imported, what you want to do next is create a variable. Let's just call it talk equal to, then initialize the package that you just imported. Then in order to do that, what you have to do is type out pyttsx tree, which is the Python text-to-speech version 3 dot initialize, which is dot init. Then on the next line, what you want to do is impute whatever you would like to say. That's like using just a simple method which the Python text-to-speech speech package has, which is talk.say. So we're using the same method, and when that's done, just import whatever you want to say here. For example, let's say hello, how are you? Hello, how are you? So when that's done, what you also want to do is come over here and click on this run button over here. And why is that not working? And that's because we haven't added one more method that the Python text-to-speech has, which is run and wait. So to do that, let's just call the variable again talk and run and wait. So this is pretty much all you need to do that. Now click on this.
Hello, how are you?
And you heard that loud and clear. It's very easy. And in your case, you wouldn't want to always come over here and change the text. For example, let's say I want to say you are dashing smart, and let's just spell this the correct way. So
you are dashing smart.
So in my case, I don't want to always come over here and put you are dashing smart. So what I want to do is just type it down in my terminal. Then whatever I type down, it just gives it to me. And in order to do that, what you have to do is come over here and let's make a new variable over here named speech. So let's just call this speech. Then in the speech, what you want to do is give an input command, and let's say something. So whenever the say something text appears on your terminal, that means it's ready for it to get a word to read out to you. So what you want to do here is remove all this text that we have in here, then just pass in the speech variable, which would allow you to say something. So just pass it in that way, and we are pretty much done. So run this again, and when you take a look at your terminal, you see that it says say something. So here, let's say, then hit enter on your keyboard.
Hello, I'm your assistant.
So you hear that it's very loud and clear and easy to do. And in some cases, you would want to use a female voice, you wouldn't want to use a male voice. I don't know, maybe you love a male voice, you could just leave it. But if you want to use a female voice, let me just show you how to do it. What you want to do is just come over here again, and let's just say you want to just declare a variable voices equal to talk dot get property. So we're using the get property method, which the Python text-to-speech package has. So talk.get property, and the property that you want to get is the voices. So just pass this in voices like this. Then on the next line, what you want to do now is set the properties. So let's just use a method talk.set properties, and here you want to pass in the property which is voice. Take note, it's not voices, it's voice now. Then the next thing you want to pass in here is now the voice variable that you created earlier with an index of 1 like this, then .id to get the ID of it. So now when you play this and it says say something here, let's just say, and let's hit enter on our keyboard.
You are dashing smart backslash.
So as you can see, I added backslash there, which is not supposed to be there. So as you can see, it's very easy. You converted the male voice into a female voice with just 2 lines of code. Very easy. And if you don't understand what we did here, let me just give a quick recap. So what we did first of all was import the Python text to speech package. Then the next thing we did over here was initialize it using this code over here. Then after we initialized it, then we didn't add this one, if you can remember. That was not what we did first. So then we used a method which the Python package has, which is .say. Then we called this variable over here with .say, then passed in what we wanted to say in here. Hopefully you understand what I'm trying to say now. Or let's just stop beating around the bush. Let me just create a new file and show you how to do that from beginning. So a new file, let's just name this text to speech. So first of all, I imported the Python text-to-speech application which we'll be using. Then let's define another variable over here. Let's say friend. Then I initialized it. Python text-to-friend is equal to Python text-to-speech dot initialize, like this. Then on the next place, what I did was use a method which would allow the Python package to say something, which is python.say. Then I passed in what I want to say inside the parentheses. Let's say hello, how are ya? So the next thing I did was use a method which is run and wait that should finalize everything. So I called the friend variable again dot run and wait. 4 lines of code, very easy. Then let me rerun this. So right click here and click on run this.
Hello, how are you?
So as you can see, that's all we did. Then what I did for the next part was that I don't want to always come in here and impute a text. So what I did here was define a new variable here, speech. Then I said speech should be equal to input. Then in the input it said say something like this. Then over here I removed this hello, how are you, then imputed the speech variable which I created, so that when you hit the run button it says say something here. Then you can now say the hello, how are you here.
Hello, are you?
So as you can see, that's what it should do, and very easy. Then in order to get a female voice, what I just did here was very easy. I declared a new variable, voice equal to friend dot get property. Then I passed in voices. Then on the next line, what I did was friend dot set property. Then I passed in voice, not voices. Take note, voice. Then I gave another argument to it, which was very easy, voice, the variable created earlier, then with the index number of 1, which is the female voice dot id. Now when you run this again, then let's say I want to say something like hello, I'm a girl.
Hello, I'm a girl.
So as you can see, very easy, it says it, hello, I'm a girl. So now you can just put in any word you want in here and just lie on your bed and listen to it or read it aloud. Very easy, just 8 lines of code. In fact, it was just 4 lines of code, but we had to add some extra things to make it look good. So it's now 8 lines of code. Very easy, no difficulty in it.
So that's it for 30 days of Python, and I hope you learned something new and ready to start building amazing things. Then check the description to get 20 projects that you should start building now. And if you did enjoy this video, make sure to drop a like on it and also a comment, and do not forget to subscribe. And I hope I'll see you guys in my next video. Mad love, peace out.